Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody from all around the world, hello and welcome to another episode of The Watchable with me, your host, John Lucas. That's right, make some noise, clap it up, get excited wherever you are. We're back, we're here. We are here on a Friday afternoon, covering the world of boxing and beyond. It's the weekend. Yes, indeed. Get excited. The work week is getting ready to be over. After you clock out, or even if you might already have it off, whatever you're doing, get ready for the weekend because it's here and it's time. And we're going to enjoy it with you all right here on this show. And we appreciate you all so much for tuning in on today's episode. And if you haven't already, go ahead and leave a like on the stream. Go ahead and keep on commenting your thoughts and opinions. Go on and keep on subscribing to the channel, and be sure to keep on sharing the show with everybody that you know so we can keep on building up this empire together. Yes, indeed, with you and your support, we can make this thing so magnificent. Keep on growing this empire. Keep on adding soldiers to this empire and keep on helping make this show the best, the hottest show in all the globe, right here on YouTube and every podcasting platform imaginable. We can't do it without you, and we appreciate it so much. And we got so much to talk about today. It's the championship round, y'all. Don't forget, it's you all's voice, it's you all's time to shine, it's you all's opportunity to make the show your own and make it so that whatever you want to discuss and talk about on today's show, you can have it your way right here on today. However long we go, it's going to be predicated on what you all have to say. Of course, we got stuff that we're going to touch on and talk about. We got plot points, we got agendas, we have things that we will have prepared, but ultimately, the conversation will go how you all want it to go. And don't forget, you see in the thumbnail, we still got so much to offer. We still got to talk about Brian Norman Jr. versus Devin Haney, with some recent comments that we saw with Devin Haney making in terms of studying the likes of Brian Norman Jr. Does he value him as a talent because of who he beat, or rather who he has not beat? Yeah, we're going to get into that as well. Of course, some more talks, of course, with the biggest news of, the entire month, honestly. Tank Davis versus Jake Paul officially happening, which, again, we are all shocked and appalled with, no question about it. But we're still sitting here saying, well, since it is happening, we got to start breaking it down. We have to start somewhere. We're talking about how this fight's going to go. And though we don't want it to happen, brother, it's happening in November. We ain't got a whole bunch of time. So we're going to have to, sadly, we're going to have to delve into it. Though I don't want to. We're going to have to delve into it at some point, so might as well start early. But all of that and so much more, Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez delving into more of that fight. As again, every single day this week, we are most likely going to be covering that fight because of the legitimate grandeur and the potential impossible becoming possible with Crawford beating Canelo. There's still so much we need to talk about with how the fight's going to go, who exactly is going to win, what are the pros and cons for each going into this, and what weaknesses can actually be exploited. It's going to be a lot to offer, no question about it. It's going to be a lot to cover, I promise you. But again, we're here and we're doing it with you all, and we appreciate you tuning in to the show. I almost forgot, if you want to support the show and you want to help make this thing bigger and better while we're waiting to get monetization, you can support the show through these means: Cash App and PayPal. Links down below as well if you want to support the channel and, hey, help make this thing bigger and better and grander for all of us to be able to enjoy. Yes, indeed. And so, hey, we're here for it. We're all about it. But since now that we got all that stuff out the way, hey, we got to cover boxing, we got to cover the world of sports, and we got to let you all have your voice and opinion. So, with all that being said, brother, it's time for the championship rounds. Let's get it started. Yes, sir. Come on. Let's get it popping. It's time to shine and let your voice thrive on this show. Championship rounds are officially underway. Whatever you want to talk about, whatever your conversations, whatever your debates, comments, concerns, questions, points that we haven't covered throughout the show or throughout the week that you want to delve into, all of that can be discussed right here on this show. Right here, right now, for you all to have your foray and have your time with. While you're getting your questions together, however, I will go and put on some of the points that we do have as a remedial waiting period for you all to get your questions in. And again, I don't want to talk about it more, but Tank and Jake Paul, Yes, it's still happening, and I do want to touch on, just quickly, can this brother actually win? Is it possible that we can see this upset monumentally happen? Now, mind you, I didn't want to talk about this. I put this out. I'm not gonna lie, just for the sake of rage bait and trying to get people into the live. I just tried this out just once as the title, just to see what would happen. Be clear, I do not believe at all that this brother can beat him. Let me be clear about that. Let me be clear. But is it a possibility, like we touched on yesterday? And more so, how so is this possibility possible? Or are we just living a dream that we all just want to wake up from? Which honestly, I do. And while we can delve into the whole business side, we can delve into the bad parts about this whole thing, the bad parts about Tank doing what Tank's doing, all this stuff, no question. But that doesn't take away from the fact that this is something that, hey, this could be a situation where Tank might have legitimately bitten off more than he can chew. While we think this is supposed to be just a whole hum type situation, could be that, yeah, he went and this could be another cherry pick gone wrong. Hypothetically, not because of the talent, but now just because of the size. And we've touched on it, but let's delve really into why exactly this size discrepancy is indeed dangerous for Tank if we are going to take this fight seriously. And we kind of have to at this point because it's actually happening. With Tank being 135, have you seen sparring clips before of people that are undersized training against and fighting against people that are indeed bigger? Like with heavyweights or middleweights or whatever the case may be. You've seen the Mountain, the brother who was on one of the strongest men in the world, who was on Game of Thrones. Literally, his character was the Mountain, and he was trained. He had a sparring session with Conor McGregor, I believe, at one point in time back in the day, way early in Conor McGregor's career, when he was just peaking in popularity. Y'all remember that? And y'all remember how Conor McGregor was legitimately, it was sparring. Yeah, it was, they were just, going through the motions. But Conor was actually trying to land stuff on the Mountain, throwing shots to the body, throwing kicks, whether it was a side kick, leg kick, throwing and trying to feint in with the jab, feint in with his lead hand, though he's a southpaw, feint in with his lead hand, and then land something around on the body. And when we saw how the Mountain reacted, mind you, this ain't a trained fighter. It's anybody who can fight, but just playing around. Conor putting a little bit of force behind his shots. And normally against other people, that little bit of force would be just enough. But against the Mountain, he was really laughing and walking through it. Laughing and walking through whatever he was doing. We've seen Ryan Garcia do training videos or again, publicity videos with the likes of Francis Ngannou, when Francis Ngannou was at the highest of highs at his popularity and career. And he was doing the body shot challenge. So he's trying to see how many shots to the body Ngannou could take before ultimately he was like, yeah, I'm tapping out, I'm done. And when he tried, mind you, Garcia's 147. Garcia legitimately has one of the best left hooks and just hooks in general in the game. His speed equates to power. And he's also a big dude for his division. He is. We have already established it. When we saw him go and do that to Francis Ngannou, what happened? But Ngannou, again, laughed at what Ryan Garcia was trying to do. Scoffed and just was like, what is this? What is this net trying to do to bite me? My skin's too tough. My body's too rugged. I am too strong. You can't do nothing. That was the reaction of Francis Ngannou. Oh, you tried. Very nice. I respect it. Ryan Garcia couldn't believe it. We have to understand that with this fight, not just does it compromise all the morals and implicit stated actions that Tank had said himself that he wanted to do, but it also legitimately might take away the very thing that we think Tank will be able to do in this fight, which is win by knockout, which is what he always wins by. Now, why do I say that? It's because that weight discrepancy is that large. Though, again, we're not saying Jake Paul is a world beater. We're not saying Jake Paul is any way of a great talent, but he is a talent. And naturally, he's at 190 on average to 236 if he wants to go into that night of the fight. It could be that Tank's shots just don't hurt him, not because he's got a great chin, not because he's uber tough, but just because he's too small. Legitimately. He's just too small. And how we know Tank operates is always of the mindset of, I'm aiming for the knockout. Remember, we established this, we talked about this, we've gone through his style, gone through his frame of mind, and every time he goes through, it is always lose rounds, make a game plan, aim to go and knock him out. Now, against Jake Paul, who is indeed a bad stamina brother, ain't got no great footwork, even with the improvements that he showed against the fight with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., still, the brother, once round 6 came along, was winded, was out of it, was tired, heaving and breathing. Technique went out the window. All that's the case. But rounds 1 through 5, he didn't look bad, or he looked respectable. And again, all these years, he's only looking respectable. And it's against bum competition. We completely understand. But again, just as a sneak peek of what we had to talk about later on in the year, as November comes forward. You got to understand, this is a fight that I dare say, what if we see Jake Paul conserve energy and not go 12 and not go 10? Or excuse me, what if we see Jake Paul conserve energy and not throw a whole bunch? Take a page out of Lamont Roach's playbook and build up his own offense with Tank Davis. And so then by rounds 5 and on, now fully able to, you still got at least 80% of your gas tank. And while you're going to blow through it quick, it'll be enough that by the time round 10 comes, you can still throw, fight. The only hope is to throw. You ain't going to be able to outbox the brother, but you can at least throw. And if you can't keep that up against Tank, you ain't got no shot. But if you can, at this weight, at this height, at this much of a big advantage, not just from the 6'1" height of Jake Paul, but from the 90 or almost 80-pound weight discrepancy. Hey, it might not take much to be able to break through the guard of somebody like Tank, or make him feel the effects of it, or do some damaging shots just because you know how to throw a punch, which in this case with Jake Paul, he actually does. Legitimately. And outside of Nate, and this will be the biggest size matchup that he's had since he's fought the likes of Nate Roberts. Don't forget that. And we saw that fight happen. Though the caliber of talent is not even respectful enough to even compare in Nate Robinson and Tank. No question. However, still, physicals of a fight, when it's this much of a belligerent jump, like we were talking about Canelo and Crawford being ridiculous. This is stupid in every way, shape, or form. But because it's happening, the threat is, hey brother, it's not just that Tank might not be able to take the power, but it might just be that Tank might not be able to use his own power to be able to beat the likes of Jake Paul, on top of his output being low. And since he's already been stated that against people like Barrios, against people like Rolly Romero, the power of what they bring to the table is something that he was concerned in both of those fights. He said himself he was scared. If you have power to put against the likes of Tank, he does not like that at all. If he's not the only big puncher that has to be worried about in the ring, he said this himself, there's some concern, there's some trepidation, there is some fear in the mind's eye of the likes of Tank Davis. Whether you want to believe it or not, he has said it himself. The wheels start turning. The concern starts building up. The fear of potentially getting caught. Not just avoidance, the fear. He said it himself. Starts to set in. If you actually got a shot that you can throw. If you actually have the ability to crack. Regardless of the type of competition. And since that's the case, it's not odd for me to say that Jake Paul has a shot at winning this fight. It's not. Though I don't believe he will at all. He definitely has a shot. Because he now brings, at least from a power perspective, everything that Tank hates. Being big, being strong, and being able to actually have something I need to be concerned with. He's got something that I have to be keeping an eye on. I got to be cautious of. I don't just have to outbox you. And then, oh yeah, no, you can't do nothing with me. When I want to go get you, I can go get you. Because there's no threat behind you. But even with Jake Paul, brother, there is a threat. There's a huge threat. That punching power is a threat. That weight is a big threat. That weight is an incredible threat. That I hate bringing this up. Again, I hate bringing this up. I hate that we're even talking about this. I hate that this is even a topic of discussion. I hate that this fight is happening. Be clear. Once y'all bad I got at it, go watch the video yesterday. But still, regardless of all of that, we have to be in reality for a second. And again, this is a preview. It's not the full-blown fight. It's not the full-blown situation. I'm not doing this whole thing. And again, we got so much more to cover. Trust me. We ain't trying to beat a dead horse. We're going through the same topics over and over. But this is something that just as at this point in time, we do need to be cautious of. And when it comes to the likes of Gervonta Davis, there is more than just, or the puncher's chance that Jake Paul has at winning this fight is a legitimate equalizer in this fight because of the stupid weight discrepancy. That is indeed a foot that we have right now. It's the truth. Whether we want to believe, whether we like it, whether we respect it, and we don't. That's the fact of the matter. Just by the understanding of that, we know he has power. And that we know that this man has routinely been able to, if he does land on you, it is going to hurt. Everybody that went into that fight said he had more power than I thought. And most of them went to the campus and didn't get up or got stopped. We're not saying that again, I am not saying that Jake Paul is anything. No, he is still nothing. But what he does have is not just experience, but he has actually attained a skill set at this weight that, just like I said yesterday, makes this a legitimate chance that Tank can lose. Because Tank, I believe, if it wasn't Tank, it was Shakur. It was somebody in the lighter weights that said this. But at where you have experience and you know what you're doing and you are bigger than me, I'm not going to fight you. As in, like, when asked how high up they could go to fight and beat somebody, they said heavyweight, light heavyweight, and they were like, nah. Because if I go fight there, even if I'm a better fighter, they're just too big for me to overcome. There's nothing I can really do to negate what they would want to do, and all of my things would be made obsolete. My best weapons, just by sheer proxy of mismatch, would be nullified. Because it's like hitting a brick wall. There would be no give. And I would always be on the defensive, even wanting to be offensive. So yeah, well, we may not like it. Sure enough, I know I don't. Sure enough, I know I don't. But still, nonetheless, this fight, as much as I hate it, there's a legitimate chance that people wanting Tank to lose, it can happen. People that want Tank Davis to lose this fight because they're sick of what they're seeing from Tank, it can happen. People that want Tank to go and not have any success in this fight with Jake Paul, though it shouldn't happen at all, though this fight shouldn't even be possible. You could see it happen. You could. It may. I'm not trying to hype up. I'm sure enough ain't trying to give Jake Paul any sort of respect. I'm sure enough not trying to do that. But we can't go and not think this way. It would just be irresponsible not to have this as on the mind. As yes, this can happen. As yes, this is possible. As yes, it can come to fruition. No question about it. So just keep that in mind. Again, as we're going to break down the fight later on in the year, as it gets closer and closer, just keep that in mind. That there's a real situation where Tank could indeed have taken another fight that he thought he would just breeze through. And yet again, against the most unlikely opponent, it's a cherry pick gone wrong. And if that happens, oh my, everybody watch out. Because it's going to get messy up in here. It's going to get messy. It's going to get messy. I promise you that. I promise you that. But again, we still got so much more to talk about on this show. It is still the championship rounds, and I still want to hear from you all on what you have to say on whatever topics we discuss on today. And anybody who wants to join the chat, hey, come through, leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Keep on commenting, keep on sharing, keep on chatting, and keep on subscribing if you have not already. Come on and join in on what we got to offer. While we're still waiting on people to get their chats in, we still, don't forget, we got some more news in the boxing world, like with more on Tank, out or in light of this fight. If I can pull it up right here, as it takes a second. There we go. It's now being discussed that the deserved thing that we wanted to see happen with Tank now is happening. At least per boxing reporter Salvador Rodriguez, which is the WBA will analyze Gervonta Davis's status as lightweight champion after announcing the exhibition with Jake Paul. A rematch against Lamont Welch had been ordered following a controversial draw. Should they strip him? Could they make room for an interim title? Essentially, there's a legitimate, what's looking like a good possibility that because of Tank taking this fight, he's going to get stripped. Thank God. Yes, absolutely. Thank goodness. Get this man out of here. Get him gone when it comes to being a champion in this division, because we don't want to hold up the progress of potentially having belts on the people that are indeed making this sport better. More importantly, fighting each other in the division. You don't want to stifle that type of stuff by a champion who doesn't want to do it. Like I said, we've seen Jermell Charlo be able to hold on to a belt for with years being out the ring. We've seen the likes of who was the other brother? Who was the other brother? There's been like 3 people of this year. There's been like 2 or 3 people that have been holding championships when they haven't been fighting, or when they haven't been defending it at all, or taking ludicrous endeavors. And then it's like, they were able to keep the belt. Errol Spence, well, more so Errol Spence. That was most of the IBF. Not making him fight his mandatory. A little bit different, but he was still active. So we'll throw that example out the way. Regardless of which, Tank now is legitimately in position to get stripped, and I hope it does happen. He does not need to hold on to any type of belt as he is reigning right now. He doesn't need to. Because this should be the clearest indication that there is nothing behind Tank when it comes to what he's doing for his legs. It should be. We were speculating whether he would get stripped. We want him to get stripped, and now we see it's a legitimate possibility. We could see within the end of the month, by the end of the month, we could see Tank get that belt taken off. We could see a title eliminator. We could see it be put on one of the other dominant fighters in the division right now, and you just outright make a champion. Yeah, people would call it an email champion. Guess what, brother? In this situation, would it matter? Could you hold it against anybody for getting a belt given off of Tank Davis, who just showed and pulled the weakest thing possible? And ain't it ironic that Tank won it as not winning it in the ring, but winning it via the commission giving him the belt and never fighting for the WBA title. It was just literally bestowed on him with Devin Haney moving up to 135. No vacant titles, or excuse me, no interim championships. None of it. Also, real quick, I think my computer is about to die. Hold on, let me plug it in real quick. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a second, the plug came loose. No. Whew. Oh Lord, that was close. My outlet came loose. And so that was about to be bad. That was about to be so bad. My outlet came loose, or the plug into the outlet came loose. And we just almost ended the stream right then and there because the computer's getting ready to shut down. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh. Oh, that would have been bad. That would have been horrible. Horrible. That would have been embarrassing, I ain't gonna lie. But regardless of which, back to the matter at hand. What Tank getting stripped is the best thing for this sport, because we have a plethora of champions or just contenders that I would love to see have it. And again, you can't hold it against anybody because again, Tank was essentially a quote unquote email champion. Tank was a brother who was never fought for one. Like I said before, I had to go plug in the thing. And so we can't say that if somebody got the belt off of Tank, if he does indeed get stripped, that it would not be deserved. And that it wouldn't be all or anything except for praise, support, and we want it to happen. You could. Like at this point, if we want to make the fights that we want, I would put the belt on Schofield. I'd put the belt on Schofield. I would. I would absolutely put the belt on Schofield. And that would drum up a whole litany of interest to have a situation where Schofield now would be amongst the other great or other big time champions. And it's like, okay, now it would start the process of the Russian roulette of anybody can get it and everybody fighting everybody that we've been waiting on. Because attached to Schofield is Shakur Stevenson, because Schofield beat Farmer, Stevenson beat Zepeda. Boom, that's attached right there. Attached is also Abdullah Mason. With Abdullah Mason, again, fighting Sam Noakes, potentially going to become a champion in his own right. Boom, unification. That's a tie. As well as both of them being some of the younger stars in this lightweight division that both blossomed at just about the same time in the eyes of the public. That two ties that fight could have. We could also see the likes of Lamont Welch, who has ties with Tank, who now is fighting the likes of Jake Paul. Because of his performance with Tank, now he is seen as, okay, this brother's one of the top three in the division, arguably. From the standpoint of if he gave Tank all that work, his talent must be legit. And so compared to everybody else, hey brother, it wouldn't be surprised if he was seen as near the top. Now, he could face the biggest op in Shakur Stevenson. That was the biggest op for Tank before Tank made this dumb decision. That's a tie. Lamont Welch versus Schofield, if you wanted to really make a point of saying, okay, I can beat the young stars and the established greats, boom. He could do that too. That's another tie. All of these champions, if we get the belt stripped from Davis, can then have every fight be for a title, ultimately culminating in a potential undisputed clash of unification turning into one real champion. And if that does happen, brother, you couldn't tell me that wouldn't be the best thing. You couldn't tell me that wouldn't be the best. You could not tell me that would not be everybody's greatest what's the word? Greatest outcome. That's what I was looking for. You couldn't tell me everybody wouldn't be happy. You couldn't tell me everybody wouldn't be pleased. You couldn't tell me everybody would not be excited for a division that was laden like that. You couldn't. Because if you did, you would be a bold-faced lie. Because there would be no way in the world that we would not want to see the likes of Shakur, the likes of Lamont, Abdullah Mason, Floyd Schofield, Raymond Murtala, William Zepeda, Andy Cruz, who we've been waiting for a minute to actually get in the ring. Hey, brother, we've been waiting to see what type of action Andy Cruz is going to be about. As much of a big potential star that he is, we've been waiting to see what exactly is going to transpire with him. But regardless of which, the issue is it's not moving. The division, again, with Tank being champ, with Tank being there, has not moved in the way that we wanted it to move. From the standpoint of, okay, the climax of all of these budding stars now comes to a head with everybody taking on everybody. We thought it was going to be once that domino fell with Tank and Shakur, then the rest of the dominoes would then start to fall with the matchups that we want to see. That's what we expected to happen. Lo and behold, it didn't. Okay, fine. You put the belt off of Tank and onto one of these young cats. Now, the ball gets rolling. Now everybody's unavoidable. Now everybody has a means and something worth fighting for. Beyond just the big ticket, the big thing of Tank Davis. Substance behind it, which is beautiful, which is great, which is what we want to see. Absolutely. Which is what we value. This is the way. And if the WBA was smart, they would do it today. They would do it today. They would strip him today. If WBA was smart, they would strip him today. They wouldn't waste time. They wouldn't try to go in and they wouldn't try to go in and wait. Have to have a good hard think. What's this going to do for the division? The only thing they would do for the division is it would be positive. And then if Tank wanted the belt back, guess what he would have to do? Come back down to 135 and then go through the ringer. That's the only way. And it would really be bad because nobody would want to pay after this fight for anything else that Tank to fight in after Jake Paul, except for those other huge names that we're waiting to see go through and actually have a chance to see what you test your metal with. Like I said, now that he moved up to 140, now that he's moving up to 190, there's no excuse for us to say that, yeah, you couldn't do what you want to do at 154. Or excuse me, from 154 all the way down to 135. In any division now, you have to fight the best of the best with nothing else. Nothing else as a deserved or accepted situation. Nothing, that's the thing with Tank. You would have to go through and fight everybody or you're not getting paid anymore, at least not what you used to be able to do. That's what it's looking like with the public now. And that's the situation. And that's where it's like, like I said before, he put himself in a rock and a hard place. He put himself in a situation where he would not be able to back up. He put himself in a situation without an escape. He put himself in a situation without the luxury of being able to go through and say, yeah, I'm still all good. He's at that bad crossroads. He's at that point in time in his career where there's no more excuses. Only results is what's going to be valued. Only results. That's going to be it. Because without the results, and especially now, like we said yesterday, with everybody being blinded by the facade of Tank, and now that's starting to fall, everybody's starting to get privy to what's the real with this whole situation. What's the real with Tank? Thankfully, now that that's the case, yeah, things are going to shift and change. Things are going to shift and change. Mark my words. Oh, mark my words. Absolutely. Absolutely. No question about that. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you. So I'm excited for it, and I hope we see him get stripped today. Within the hour, if it's possible. If it's possible. Because if it is possible, then that means that, hey, the boxing world is officially saying they moved on. Thankfully. Thank goodness. And also, and this will be the last thing on Tank Davis. This will be the last thing. You have to understand that this is more detrimental than just a bad fight for Tank. This is more detrimental than just a fight where you've ran from every single one of your competitors that you were supposed to have on your resume today, right now, when literally they were right in front of you for the taking, and you opted not to. It's bad all around, like we covered yesterday. But at the same time, what is also taking place, you're risking potentially never being the same. Not because of the punishment, but because of where you got to go up to. You having to gain muscle, not just weight, muscle, up to potentially 154 if you come in, because you're gonna have to come into the weight more than just 140, more than just 147. You have to come into this fight potentially at 150, hypothetically, with your build and size. You putting on that much weight and that much muscle, and then you stripping that back down if you still choose to go and fight at 135, your most comfortable weight class, brother, your body may not ever recover. Your body may not ever recover. The Tank. And the Tank that we knew, or the Tank that we know now, may never actually exist ever again because of that weight cut and because of him trying to come back down. Forcing to come back down, especially at age 31. So because as the body ages, you can't do everything that you were supposed to do. And the second you make a big change, it could have drastic effects that, again, your body maybe earlier in life was able to handle. But at this point in time, it can't. Canelo was able to fight at 175 before. And then when he fought again at 175 again, while he put on a respectable performance against Bebo, he wasn't looking nearly like the Canelo that was fighting against Kovalev. Though Kovalev again was older, we understand it. Still, was not looking the same, wasn't moving the same, and his stamina was in the dirt, like we had rarely seen before. As well as this man genuinely had skill sets ripped away from him that he wasn't able to use. And even to this day, we say he's diminished drastically from where he was in his prime. And now though he's still an elite fighter, there's some things he can't do anymore, or some things he can't do nearly as good, or he's got to really be deliberate. And when he brings out certain tricks of the trade, because he's not a spring chicken. We understand that completely. We've seen that. Roy Jones Jr., when he moved up and then moved back down, when he moved on the way moving up, he was good. It's when he cut the muscle after getting to heavyweight to come back down to 175, when his body, he couldn't do it no more. His body gave out on him from the standpoint of being the same fast twitch elite machine that we knew he was. And then that's when he started losing. Because after that, that's when his prime went away. Just like that, the best of his prime went away. And the best of his ability, gone. The second he tried to move back down from 200, 205, I think was what he was at the night of the fight. Might have been a little bit more. Going back down to 175. Mind you, that was a 20-pound weight difference that he was going up to and then cutting down back to. 175 to heavyweight. Let's get more like a 15. 75, 85, 95. Yeah. Okay, no, yeah. 15-pound difference. This is a 70-pound difference between Tank and Jake. At minimum, Tank's going to have to jump up to roughly, what is it, 135, 145, 155. Mind you, Floyd came into the fight 154, 153. Tank to get around that, and we'll say hypothetically 155. That's 30 pounds he's got to gain and add on as muscle. And then he's got to lose that the next fight to come back down to to 135. He's in the process of bulking up now. He's in the process of gaining the weight right now. And he's going to have to immediately drop it back off. We've seen that ruin the lives and careers of people. Also, what's going on? Hey, Just 2 Bucks. Hey, brother. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here with us on today. I almost missed the channel. I was trying to look at social media while I was discussing to talk through what's going on in the world of boxing. We still got some news breaking. But again, this is championship rounds right now. Whatever you want to talk about, we can talk about right here on I thought I saw something outside. My bad. My bad. But no, we all good. We all good. But how you doing? So glad you're here. We're still in the championship rounds where you can talk about whatever you want to discuss in the world of boxing and beyond. Video games, movies, television, sports, topics that we haven't discussed before, topics you want to be about and you want to talk about, questions that you have for me, whatever you want to talk about for this show, you all drive the conversation while we still have points of interest to discuss. But again, as I finish off the point before we continue, going through with Tank. And again, I don't want to talk about Tank the whole time. I'm not trying to drag this on because we just had a 3-hour episode yesterday with me ranting and raving about my disdain for this whole fight. Literally, that was the whole show because it took up everything else. It wiped away whatever I was going to talk about yesterday. So we still got more topics to discuss today, absolutely. But just as the last thing with Tank, just like what we saw with Roy Jones Jr. losing his prime because he moved up and then went too quickly to go back down with the amount of weight that he cut. This brother, Tank, could run into that same situation, that same issue, and have himself essentially be robbed of the best that he can do and the best that he can be because he's taken such a stupid risk from the sense of fighting this up high above you. Compromising everything you said about where you said you would ever want to fight at 135. Saying that everybody's too big at 140 and beyond. Saying that you had no business being up there. Yet you're doing it now. Well, guess what? You doing it now might just rob you of everything that you are as a fighter. Your instincts, your ability to have the fast twitch that we know you have, the movement, the reaction time. The power won't go away, but everything that you are as a fighter that made that power so dangerous because you knew how to deliver it might not be able to be the same fine-tuned machine anymore. And you can't deliver the power the way that you were. You can't capitalize on things like you used to. You can't read and react like you've been able to do all throughout your career. You know why? Because now your body is not in perfect cohesion with your mind. Because now your body is never the same. It's never the same. That's what can happen. Because we've seen it happen with other people before. Most prime example being Roy Jones Jr. But it also happened with Canelo. You are risking the opportunity that if you ever do fight Shakur or any of these other people at 135, you won't even be the same prime you by the time you fight them because you bulked up too much and you lost weight too quick and now your body is out of sync. And the very things that you could do, the chances that you could take, and the ability that made you, gone. Just like that. And all of a sudden we're saying Tank don't look the same. Tank don't look right. Something's different. Why is he fighting like this? Something's off and we can't put our finger on it. That's what's going to be. That's what's going to be why. I promise you, that's what's going to be why. That's exactly what's going to be why. We're going to be able to pinpoint this fight as the end of the prime career of Tank Davis from his physical ability. From his ability as a fighter, not legacy, never ever again. Never was anything in the first place. But from the sense of who he is as a fighter, that pinpointed death is going to take place because of this. Because of this fight. I promise you. Mark my words. Daryl Anderson, how you doing? Hey, brother. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. So glad you're with us on today. Hey, please be sure to leave a like on the stream. Keep on sharing the show. Get people involved in the conversation. And I still want to hear from you all on whatever topics you want to discuss. It ain't just got to be Tank. It can be anything. It can be Ortiz versus Lubin that just got announced. It can be a plethora of things. It can be the words of Devin Haney in light of him fighting Brian Norman Jr., valuing or devaluing who he fought. All of that we can discuss right here on this show. I want to hear from you all because you all drive today's episode, because every Friday it is your voice, your show, and we can see what you all got to say. Y'all drive the conversation. But let me keep on reading. And they said Tank can beat anyway. Yeah. Shake my head. I'm completely there with you. And we were saying, think about this. We were saying, it was Tank fans saying that if Inoue's all that in a bag of chips, come beat Tank. Let's see what you got. And were we not saying that even that weight discrepancy is too much? Somebody who came up, started at less than 150, started at 115, or I think less than 115. Then moved up to 118. Then moved up to 122. And all of a sudden, you're saying he got to fight somebody at 135 to be validated in Tank Davis. I remember those conversations. And we were saying that's stupid. That's ludicrous. What weight classes are there for a reason. But they were using that. Oh, he can't beat Tank, though. Come up here and let's see what Inoue can do against a real dog at this big weight. Let's see if he's really about it. The reason why they brought that up was to discredit the legacy and the growing popularity of Inoue, because people were saying that Inoue was better than Tank, which he is. In every way, he's better than Tank. Better than nearly everybody else in the world of boxing. But in terms of Tank specifically, he's better than Tank in every way. But with all that being said, they were using Inoue not fighting up at 135 as a detraction, which was ludicrous and stupid. Going at, well, who you beat. Now we see that, oh, that was just a facade to hide the fact that we're questioning who Tank beat, which isn't really a whole bunch of guys, if anybody at all. They're respectable, but they're not great. Ryan Garcia isn't great. Frank Martin is good, ain't great. Pedraza, at that point in time in his career, hey, that was a dangerous brother. But that was early. From this point on, it could have been leagues. Leagues eclipsed it. Leo Santa Cruz is a great fighter, but you brought him up from like 2 weight classes. And you still had a war with the brother. After having it where you were the bigger guy. Forcibly made it so that you were the bigger guy. Ryan Garcia, your most notable win, your biggest win from the standpoint of hype and popularity and known acclaim, but he was injured. Your camp knew it. You had a mole in the camp legitimately, and the weight drain didn't let, or the weight cap and rehydration clause was put on Ryan Garcia to make it so he couldn't become fully Ryan Garcia. And we understood it. All of your biggest wins have caveats. Mario Barrios is qualitatively might be your best win. But one, you were losing the fight before you ultimately went and knocked him out. And two, you went through and you never fought anybody else at that division. And after that, when it was supposed to be, okay, it's time to blast off into the sky, you went and just said, now I'll stay grounded. I'll stay not trying. Because I don't want to deal with that type of power anymore. And yet now you're doing this. Again, it's just hypocritical. But it's ironic. And more so it sees them projecting. That's Tank fans projecting. They laud the career of Tank and then dismiss anything that anybody else does that's against Tank or that is even competitive with the talent of Tank by saying who you beat. Come beat Tank. Come up here and fight me. Come up here and fight us here at 135, and let's see how bad you really are. When they're just projecting. Because they don't have an argument for their own fighter to be a great legacy fighter. And when somebody achieves so much, oh, can they beat Tank? It's like anime. It's like, can they beat Goku though? Yeah, Dragon Ball Z fans, and then you got people that are just annoying, that we just hate. Because it's always, can they beat Goku? You like Dr. Doom, can they beat Goku? You like the Hulk, can they beat Goku? Superman's your favorite character? They can't beat Goku though. What you want? Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3? God, Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan Blue? Huh? Pre-Ultra Instinct? Or pre-Ultra Instinct? Mastered Ultra Instinct? Which one you want? Kaioken? Kaioken times 10? Kaioken times 20? Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken times 20? Come on, let's see what you got. What you gonna do? How you gonna be able to beat him? You can't. That's how they sound in terms of Dragon Ball Z fans who just make everything about can you beat Goku or not. Because nobody else that's powerful should be lauded except for Goku in their eyes. It's a stupid thing, but it happens all the time. That's what's going on with Tank. Nobody can be able to have any level of platform. Oh, this brother's great. Unless they can beat Tank. And if you are indeed bigger than Tank, then the switch flips. And now it's, well, why would you want him to fight somebody like that? He's too big for you. That's a mismatch. That fight doesn't even make sense. But if you're at or below Tank's weight, all of a sudden it's fair game. Yeah, you can't do nothing to him. Come on and fight me. Let me show you why you ain't nothing. Come up here. 2 weight classes up. Come up here, let's see what you got. Because you ain't nothing till you be him. You see how the hypocrisy lies? Just like with Tank, his fans are hypocritical. And this isn't another Tank rant. We moving on. Trust and believe we moving on. But just understand, a lot of the stuff that Tank fans do is projection for what they are not. And it's the worst thing in the world. Yet still, they all do it. And they don't even know it. It's gaslighting to hide what they are lacking as fighters, or what their fighter is lacking as legacy, so that their fighter can do no wrong. And now they don't have anything else they can say except for he's getting the bag. If that's your only excuse for or justification for why this fight's happening, and you can't come up with any actual sound reasoning, guess what that means? You're just capping for the person that you want. And you don't actually have anything of water. And you're starting to figure out that, just like I said yesterday, you're drowning in the sea. And you've been lied to. And you even lied for the ship to say that it was okay. And now that it's time to swim, you're saying and justifying, well, we need to swim. It's good exercise. Now that the boat's sinking and you need to swim, not because you want to, but because you got to, in the Bering Sea, all of a sudden now it's, well, yeah, we needed the exercise. So yeah, it's okay that we're swimming out in the ocean, in the dark, in the cold, with who knows what is swimming beneath us. People disappearing left, right, and center into the ocean with nothing but an echoing scream as their last vestiges of signs of life. But hey, we needed the exercise. We needed to swim. I've been meaning to do this for a minute. You see how it's just it's a lie that at some point in time you die on, that you kept on saying. And now you're in a position where You can't even say the truth if you wanted to, because you are so gung-ho with not wanting to be wrong. And now, on your tombstone as a fan, it's going to be ride or die. Yeah. But it was going to be at what cost? And it's going to say everything. That's what you gave up everything. All before a fighter that, in all honesty, doesn't care about you. Tank doesn't care about his fans. Tank doesn't care about his supporters. You don't. You don't care about the people that support him. Maybe like family, sure. And yeah, he does stuff for his city. But in terms of the worldwide acclaim, he doesn't care about them. Because if he did, he wouldn't have taken this fight. If he did, he would have actually gone and fought the legitimate big-time paydays with Shakur, with Schofield, with Mason, with even Keyshawn Davis, Teofimo Lopez, all these, Devin Haney, all these names. You could have fought all of them. And collectively made bank with legacy. You could have done it. You legitimately could have done it. But now, you went throughout, just like with Chavez, just like with Woodley, just like with all these other people that said, yeah, I can beat Jake Paul. Let me get an easy bag. And they all lost. Because they thought that, yeah, I'm good enough that I can overcome whatever this brother tries to do to loop me in. Because the bag is just so enticing. And when they lose, all of a sudden it's like, ooh, yeah, well, better than I thought. Got to give him respect. And then to a degree, your legacy takes a hit. An unwashable stain. Because you tried to chase the bag when you knew the deck was stacked against you. In a situation that you weren't prepared to actually take on. That's how Jake Paul's gotten all these people. That's how he's gotten them. That's how he's pulled them in. Making it so that he's just beatable enough that everybody feels they got a shot. But he's also good enough that if you aren't at a certain level, you're not going to beat him. That's the reality of the situation. If you're not at a certain level with Jake Paul, you're not going to beat him. Tank completely eclipses that level. But now it's balanced out by the fact that he's giving up 70 pounds against a brother that can act, not against just an average, Joe. This is a brother who can actually fight, that we had to admit can actually fight. That's the issue. And so it is so frustrating. I hate it. I do hate it, but that's the reality. And if Tank loses, like I said, the loss may not be the only thing that he loses, but he may lose his prime, genuinely as a fighter. And that happens, that can be bad. That can be really bad. That can be really bad. But as I go through right now, we still got more stuff that we can cover on this show, like with the fact that, hey, we still got fights announced, as you can see right here with, where's that? Right here, Erickson Lubin versus Virgil Ortiz is officially a go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. All right. This is good. This is great. This is phenomenal. And I see we got people in the chats thus far before we delve into this particular topic of the show. And again, it is still the championship rounds. I still want to hear from you all as to what you got to say. No question about it. Hold on. Let me pull the chat real quick. OG Blaze, what's good with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. We're still going to talk about Canelo and Crawford because I know we still got some questions that we want to talk and discuss with. And we're going to do it every show because it's getting too close in. We are less than a couple weeks away from that fight, and I'm excited for it. Let me see, Dale Anderson, what happened to Tank versus Loma fight? That fight never went to fruition. Mind you, Loma won the title. Loma was taking some time because I think he had to recover from injury, and then was also like, while recovering from injury, was thinking, is Do I need to come back? And then that fight fell flat. Now, before or around the time of Hector Garcia, Tank and Loma could have fought each other. That could have happened. But that fight never got pursued by Tank. This is why Lomachenko was the champ before the fight with Devin Haney. So that fight could have happened. It could have happened. I believe. I believe that was the timeline. And again, we covered this in past episodes, going through the timeline of Lomachenko versus Tank, why it didn't happen, what caused what to take place, and who did not pursue, and who ducked to. We touched on it. And it was Tank. It was. That fight was going to happen. But then it fell, not even fell through. It didn't even get attempted to happen by Tank. The Loma was there and was willing to take the fight. That's why that fight didn't happen. Though it was wanted to be had by the public and even by Lomachenko himself, based on what I've read and understand. But let me keep on reading what you all have to say. Let me see, have you seen anime Solo Leveling? And if so, what do you think of Sung Jinwoo? So, I haven't. Like I said, I have been grinding on One Piece. Because I had to put other animes aside. Because I have been grinding on One Piece. Trying to catch up. Still doing it. So I ain't got to see Solo Leveling and Jujutsu Kaisen. Those are two shows that I'm almost at like the good stopping point of where I can go through it. Okay, I can go back and watch the other stuff because I'm at a good pace now, going through and catching up. I'm going to try to watch them this weekend. Probably after tonight, I will have the ability to go through, okay, yeah, Saturday, I can watch Solo Leveling, I can watch Kaizen, and I can go and finally experience all of that because I want to. It's just, we're getting too close in the evening for this One Piece situation. With how fast it's going, I am not going to miss what the One Piece actually is. With Oda saying we're getting to the final stages of the story. So I got to do what I got to do. So I'm going to watch it though. And I've heard some things about Sung in Solo Leveling. But I have tried to keep myself being spoiled just to keep it a buck. So we can understand. So that I don't find anything out that I don't want to find out. And I don't get spoiled about stuff. But trust me, they are on my list of animes to watch. Most likely this weekend. Because after this week, I'll be at a stopping point. Well, yeah, okay, I can go through and press on and binge watch the other shows as well. But it's just One Piece that's just been taking up all my time. It really has. It really has. It's consumed me at this point. Out of necessity. Really out of necessity. Because I'm not gonna miss what the end of the story is gonna be. And if I'm gonna be about it, I gotta be about it. Like I said, if I'm gonna be a pirate, doggone it, but I'm gonna be a pirate. And I'm a delve full blown. I'm gonna delve full blown into the sea and try to catch up. No question about it. But let me keep on reading. I wanted to see Jake versus AJ. And also, Love King, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. So glad that you're with us on today. And I'm happy that you're here. I know, and I did too. Brother, I was so excited to see Jake fight Anthony Joshua. Yes, it would still be an incredibly ludicrous mismatch from the standpoint of talent, which is good. Because we were saying, Jake Paul, now that you fought at heavyweight and cruiserweight for the past 3 to 4 years, there is no excuse now, if you really want to be taken seriously, to not fight somebody that is above your level and that is worth your time. And since you talk about you being one of the best in the world, though we know it's all hype, if you want to prove it, we have a perfectly good, past their prime, but still incredibly competitive Anthony Joshua, coming off of 2 back-to-back losses. Coming off of a knockout loss to Daniel Dubois, who is older than you, but still is able to do everything that no other of your fighters have been able to do. Who is bigger than you, who is chinny. So we know, hey, if you can knock out Anthony Joshua, now that because we know the brother doesn't have a great chin, If there was going to be a fight that you could win at this competitive level, it would be that. That would also fit the bill of you being a big time type of fight. So if you're going to do that, it was literally the perfect matchup to happen. Because it fit the marketing, it fit the grandeur, it fit the talent that the public wanted, and it fit the likelihood of Jake Paul getting knocked out. And if he did somehow beat Anthony Joshua, which would be almost impossible. If he did somehow beat the likes of Anthony Joshua, then it would have been okay. You are something. You're in contention for the heavyweight championship. You now got a road to an actual title that we have to respect. We got to. If you did that. When Ngannou fought Tyson Fury to almost a victory. In my opinion, it should have been a victory. And I thought he beat Tyson Fury. But if he had gotten that win not even if he had gotten the win, with how competitive that fight was, and how well Ngannou performed against a portion of the heavyweight championship of the world, the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world, and with Tyson Fury at that point in time being seen as the best heavyweight in the world. For a lot of people, I was of the minority that said that Usyk was the best heavyweight in the world. Most people had it as Tyson Fury. I'm not mad at him. That was the case. And for Ngannou to do that to Tyson Fury, knock him down in the process, a brother who's only been knocked down by the likes of Cunningham early in his career, and then Deontay Wilder, the greatest right hand we've ever seen in boxing history from a destructive standpoint. And Ngannou did it in round 2. And then was able to, in my opinion, beat him in a close competitive affair for 12. Oh yeah. What were we saying about Jake Paul afterwards? Or no, not Jake Paul, excuse me. What were we saying about Francis Ngannou afterwards? We were saying this brother might be after this performance, it's hard pressed for us to say he is in the top 5 heavyweight in the world. And me thinking that he had beaten Tyson Fury in his first fight at heavyweight, we were like, well, shoot. On my scorecard, he had beaten Fury. This brother just beat the #1 best heavyweight in the world. Who can't he beat at this division? We were saying people were saying, yeah, he can beat AJ. He can beat Usyk. He can beat Ruiz. He can beat Wilder. Anybody. We were saying that after that performance. Because guess what? It deserved that type of pedestal. Because you went and you beat the best brother that was there. We couldn't say anything. Or at minimum, many people felt it was a robbery that Tyson Fury didn't win. Regardless of which, the position was, hey, this cat deserves the hype of being one of the most dangerous heavyweights in the world in boxing in one fight. Because he just did this without any boxing experience to what most people had as the pound for pound best heavyweight. Even with Tyson Fury not being in shape, even with Tyson Fury not being the Tyson Fury that we knew, being the worst version of Tyson Fury that we had seen. There was no way in the world that anybody thought that any version of Tyson Fury would lose to the likes of Ngannou. Lo and behold, it happened. Or lo and behold, it almost happened. And many people were saying it should happen. Brother, this is that type of situation. If Jake Paul had actually taken that fight, the acclaim and his stardom, oh my gosh. His stardom would have been through the roof. You want to talk about long-term thinking. But if he'd actually gone after Joshua and won, all of a sudden now he's in. You got Joshua. Tyson Fury would come out and say, hey, fight me. And probably most of the other heavyweights in the world, including Usyk, would be like, hey, since he's good, let's see what he's got against me. He would have had 3 of some of the biggest heavyweight fights in the world if he had actually taken the fight with AJ and actually had pressed himself. Though he would have gotten knocked out almost assuredly, it would have been worse than what we had seen with Francis Ngannou against Anthony Joshua, when Anthony Joshua knocked him out for 5 minutes straight. Almost like the knockout that we saw with Jin Sasaki. Though he didn't forget what happened, but he went and he was, I think Ngannou said that was the first time he had ever been knocked out before in his life. And it came, he literally shut down like a computer. He shut down like a robot that was going to sleep. Folding over and then falling back. Prostrate. This man, Jake Paul, was not nearly that and Ngannou had a vaunted chin. Across the globe, everybody was saying Ngannou was a brother that has been validated by multiple sports. As this brother's one of the toughest dudes in all of combat sports. Outright. And AJ did that to him. Knocked him down 3 times and knocked him out with a telegraphed right straight that he was cocking back before he got out the corner. And he threw it with the thunder of the gods. And we saw what happened. But Anthony Joshua would have done worse to the likes of Jake Paul. Because Jake Paul definitely ain't got a chin. But if Jake Paul had succeeded, hey, it would happen. And we would at least have been able to say he took the test. Or he tried. Went out with some dignity. Now that's not the case, and it's just it's a crying shame. Nonetheless, let me see. Shark, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, brother, thanks for tuning into the show. Leave a like on the stream. Hopefully you're liking what we got. It's still the championship rounds where you all can have your voice be heard. Whatever you want to discuss in the show, we can talk about it today. You all make the topics of conversation, and you all drive the show for today's episode, as we do every single Friday. 3 shows out the week. Whenever it's Friday, y'all control the show. And y'all make it happen. And if I can talk about it, I'll discuss it. Absolutely. And we entertain all on this platform today. But let me see what you got to say. People were saying AJ bribed Ngannou to lose with $15 million. They both Nigerian. And brother, I'm going to tell you what. Ngannou, after what he did to Tyson Fury, there's no way he got bribed. There's no way. Why would I get bribed when I just took the brother that is better than you to 12 rounds and most of your own peers are saying I beat him? I wouldn't need a bribe. I wouldn't need it. And I promise you, and can I say that? I won't say that. I'll keep that under lock and key. But regardless of which, Ngannou, with how he is constructed personally, with what he's done throughout his entire career, and people behind him, he don't do bribes. He don't do getting paid off. If he loses, he loses. And if he wins, he wins. And he is not gonna just say, I need a bribe to take a dive when I know I can knock him out. When I fully believe, I can knock him out. No question about it. It's just what happened. And Ngannou did win the Fury fight, though. He nearly stopped Fury. Yeah, he did. He nearly did. And I thought he should have won. And I've said this before. If Francis Ngannou has started his life in boxing, not gotten into the UFC, this man could have been a champion. If he had started his life in boxing and not gotten into the UFC, he could have been a champion. He could have been a champion. He absolutely could have been a champion. Because his feet aren't bad. His power is indeed there. Mind you, Anthony Joshua knocking him out does not mean that Ngannou doesn't have a chin. Because Tyson Fury couldn't hurt him at all. And we have seen Tyson Fury, especially with the Tyson Fury that had been plotting, that had changed his style to a crump gym style, to be more aggressive, to use his weight and use his power more firmly. He had been knocking other people out as well. He had just knocked out Deontay Wilder. And we were lauding the heart of Wilder. And Tyson Fury couldn't do nothing with him. He couldn't do nothing with him. Could not do a thing from a power and size perspective with him. If he had trained in boxing his whole life, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. This brother would have been just as big of a star, if not bigger, in the boxing world. Because he would have, brother, with sound boxing training, this cat would have been so scary to fight. 83-inch reach at 6'5", 6'4", with power, legitimately able to put down Tyson Fury. So he would be able to knock out most of the people. Imagine it with a technically educated jab and a 1-2 combination that was a refined delivery system. Oh my gosh. Oh, and you couldn't hurt him to the body. He could go for 12. Stamina wasn't an issue, which is almost an issue with every other heavyweight or every other UFC fight. It wasn't an issue. Oh, it would have been great. It would have been phenomenal. He didn't pick the wrong career. But my gosh, in this career, with the heavyweight era that we knew that we know now, with the heavyweight era that we see, and that we've talked about for the past 5 years, he could have definitely became a champion. He could have absolutely became a champion. Absolutely. He could have become a champion. And if he had been able to train all the time, fully, this brother, he could have been, I'm firmly of the belief, he could have been better than Anthony Joshua. I would have loved to see a fully, 15 years experience in Ghana versus a 15-year or however long he trained in the UFC. I would have loved to see that same timeline of experience happen in boxing for in Ghana from the jump against Anthony Joshua. And I fully believe it could have been a completely different fight. I fully believe it could have been a completely different fight. It could have been completely different. I'm not saying he would win, but I am saying it could have been a completely different fight if he had trained his whole life. Because he had it. He had it. Everybody recognized it was something. Hey, brother, this cat, the only reason why he is where he is in the boxing world is because he didn't train from the start. Because this brother would have been one of the hottest commodities in all of boxing. And he's lovable. He's funny. He's a killer. He looks like an Adonis. But he's got aspects in his own attributes, physically, that even the heavyweights then don't have. And he's fit. Not from the sense of muscle fit, but from the sense of stamina. From the sense of mentally and physically. He's fit and ready to go. He could have been great. He could have been oh so great. Oh my gosh. He could have been phenomenal. He could have been phenomenal. You could argue Ngannou won the WBC title. He won 6 for the 4 rounds versus Fury. Yeah, I was saying he should have been. I don't know if the WBC, I can't remember if the WBC was on the line, but I know a belt that always changes hands, and that's the lineal title. The lineal title, regardless, if you lose and you're the lineal champ, even if the main belts ain't on the line, guess what? The lineal champ, it changes hands. You lost. That lineage of the man that beat the man that beat the man, going back to the first heavyweight champion, that now falls to the brother that won. And I was saying he should have been the lineal heavyweight champion in the world. And going by that logic, if that was indeed, if the right decision was made, and Ngannou didn't win, then it would have been that AJ beat him. AJ became lineal. And then what happened after AJ beat it? What happened after who was that beat AJ? Who? Dubois. Dubois beat AJ. Dubois became the lineal. And then Dubois fought Usyk. Usyk KO'd AJ. Or Usyk KO'd Dubois. Excuse me. And so guess what? Usyk is just like he should have been. Just like he is right now, the lineal champion. All roads still lead back to Usyk. In some way, shape, or form. Because he still just cleans out everybody. Ngannou worked in Cameroon as a person who digs diamonds. Yep, absolutely. That's where he started his career. And he was tough. And that's what helped build up all those muscles. Then from that life, he got to be able to learn or got exposed to MMA. And it was a way out. And he took it. Fell in love with it. And then turned dominant. And Ngannou only started boxing and see, that's what's crazy. What he did in 4 months. Imagine Francis Ngannou with the same level of experience that we saw the likes of Jake Paul have in his boxing career. Oh, he would have been insane. The fact that Jake Paul is still this bad of a boxer, and again, I'm sick of bringing up the same Jake Paul. I really am. You only talked about it 2 days. We just talked about it yesterday. But the fact that Jake Paul is this bad of a boxer with all this experience is laughable. But if Ngannou had that same level of resources for 5 straight years, just boxing, with what we saw him be able to do within 4 months, oh yeah, that nightmare. I'm firmly of the belief that would have been a nightmare to witness. No question about it. It would have been insane. Would have absolutely been insane. But again, we still got more to talk about on this show. Again, we still got to go through, and we still got news to cover, like with the what we had previewed before switching the topic to Ngannou is where's that? There it is. Virgil Ortiz versus Lubin is officially going down on November 8th. And hey, this is great. This is phenomenal. Mind you, we were having some questions about, okay, who is Virgil going to fight? Just like we had talked about with Boots. When's he going to fight somebody real? What's going to be his next fight date? We were saying also with Virgil Ortiz, what's going down with him as well? Some questions were starting to rise up about some of his competition. Where has he fought? Was he ducking people as in his own right? Now we see he's fighting Lubin for the interim WBC title. He's been an interim for a minute. I want to see him get a shot at a world championship. We'd love to see him fight against like a Fundora if we could see it happen. With, again, the shakeup that's going on at 154 right now. But regardless of which, this fight is a good fight. This fight is a great fight. This fight also is a fight that I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see coming. But it's a fight that, hey, this brother Lubin ain't a joke. He ain't a joke. Don't forget, Lubin had knocked down Fundora, I believe, a couple times in their fight before Fundora ultimately was able to stop him, which again was incredibly impressive to me. Because, like I said, I was still waning on my validation of who Fundora is as a fighter at that point in time. However, with that fight, hey, that showed me some stuff. That did some things for me. And then with the Tim Tszyu fight in the rematch, that fully shut me up. That fully shut me up, which I have no issue with. Now going up against Lubin, brother Lubin, this can be a real dangerous fight for Ortiz, as much as we expect Ortiz to be able to win and knock him out. But let me keep on reading. Logan, hold on, wait, let me get back to you. The chat's at hand. Logan had more potential than Jake, I feel. Logan had more physical ability and still does. He still does. As you can see with the day, Jake Paul couldn't be, with all the other stuff that we see Logan Paul be able to do. And I think college or high school was a wrestler, got pretty high up in level, became a boxer, is legitimate in WWE right now. Jake Paul couldn't do all that. From the standpoint of Logan Paul is more athletically gifted. Jake Paul is a better fighter. With fighting instincts, Jake Paul's got that. Logan Paul just didn't. And even when he got better, it was still too stiff, too rudimentary. It didn't come as naturally, and it would have taken a whole lot longer to develop into the fighter that would have been like, okay, hey, he's really turning into something. So Logan Paul had more athletic ability and has been reaching his athletic potential legitimately with what he's done throughout the rest of his career. But from the sense of fighting instincts and fighting ability, he didn't have it. He just didn't have it. We saw what he did against Dylan Dennis. It was a lot better, a lot more educated, but it wasn't. No. Jake Paul would have been able to knock out Dylan Dennis. He would have knocked out Dylan Dennis within 6. Because Dylan Dennis is bad. But Logan Paul is a worse fighter. As a fighter, he's just a worse fighter than Jake. They're both not great. But like I said, there is a standpoint of level that if one isn't at, they can't beat Jake Paul. But Logan, a little bit different. That level is a lot lower because he's just not as good. Though physically he's a lot better. He just as a fighter, he's not nearly as gifted. But let me see, Ortiz, Lubin stepping up. Boots look, now again. Before we get into the Boots hate train, hold on a minute. Wait a second now. Hold on. Be clear. Be clear. We made it known on this channel. I'm giving Boots. I have never been mad at a tune-up fight in a new division to get your feet wet. I'm not going to speak bad about Boots taking this fight with Lima, especially with what I now know going on with Eddie Hearn when he actually did send a contract. But if these reports are true, that the whole dispute with him sending the contract to Ortiz or to Ramos or to the other Ramos, I think Abel Ramos, and all of them, it's come to my attention that seemingly it was in fact true that Eddie Hearn sent a contract out to all of them. All of them. Abel Ramos and Jesus Ramos. Ortiz and like a couple other people as well. So as of this point in time right now, I'm not gonna, until I can get some more stuff based on new information to give it, I'm gonna walk back some of the words I said about Boots. Though still, yes, to some degree, it's wasting time. And to some degree, it did take him too long to give us a sign of what he was trying to do. I completely compare, that's not changing. But what is in limbo is how he's going to move. And at this point in time, like I said weeks ago, we're going to give him one fight. He's got one. He's got one to get his feet wet against Lima. And I have no issue with it. Lima being a top 10 in the division, he's not fighting outside the top 15. And yet still, if he beats Lima, guess what? He's a 10th ranked brother at 154 on most ranking most ranking systems. And then he's able to now the path to a championship still begins. And this is going to be indicative of how much he can actually do at 154. It's going to validate whether or not he is actually worth the hype that we have had him as going into this division, or if it's going to be that this brother is really in some deep trouble. We're going to have some questions answered. And they're going to need to be answered emphatically. So I'm not going to harp on Boots for now. He's got one tune-up fight with Lima that I'm completely okay with. Because I've had the same thing with every other fighter. Anybody moving up to a new division, I want them to get a fight. I want them to get a weight, to get an opportunity to see what it's like to fight at this new weight. I don't want people to just go in off the deep end and just fight anybody. Just because you think you're that good. Even Terrence Crawford, I wanted to see him fight at 168 just once against a bump, against a top 50 fighter. Not even a top 30. Just a no-name. Just to understand what it's like to be in the division. So then you can better accentuate what needs to be fine-tuned as you're going through with your career. That's what I want. So for Boots, him taking that route, I have no issue. But after this, regardless of the outcome, it's going to be, you have to go and fight. You got to go. And you got to take on the world. Because you're here now. And if you say you want to be undisputed, you got to go fight for undisputed. And you got to go chase that legacy that you said that you wanted. No question about it. But let me see, Logan and Jake act different, like brothers. They seem jealous of each other. They are. More so, Jake is jealous of Logan. And sadly, I follow this, not because I want to, but because I grew up around the whole rise, fall, rise again, and branching paths for each of them. So I knew about all that stuff. And yeah, there is. Do they love each other? Sure. But there's a level of envy on both sides. On both ends of the spectrum. No question about that. And so it's like mind you, both of them can come from horrible experiences from the standpoint of what they have done individually. Logan Paul's still scamming people with crypto. Still ain't paid his money back. Jake Paul has been a vandal. Also don't forget, Logan Paul also went to a suicide forest over in Japan, recording it. And also just done a bunch of vile stuff over in Japan that caused Americans to have a terrible frame of reputation for years that we still haven't overcome. He still can't go to Japan to this day. And he's with WWE, who does the events over in Japan. He can't. And it's terrible. And Jake Paul himself ain't no better. You see what he's done in the boxing world. And you see what, and before that, business side, he done a bunch of scummy stuff. Personal life, has done a bunch of scummy stuff. It's horrible. It is terrible. And so it's like, I wish they were better. But that's part of the reason why people wanted to see them lose and get knocked out. Because they garnered a reputation of being hateable. The whole brand has been made off of being hated. Off of not being liked. That's the whole thing. And so let me see. Boots does need a few titles. Yep, absolutely, I do agree. Logan's a dodgy dude. Yes, he is. Absolutely, he is. And we like I said, in WWE, while he needs to wrestle more often, while he should be more consistent, if he's going to be a full-time wrestler, if you're going to be about it, be about it. But the brother's got some real talent. The brother it's a knack. It comes naturally for him. He's got the look, he's got the physicality, he's got the athleticism. He's believable. He's definitely hateable. And it's a perfect blend. And he takes to it like a fish to water. Doesn't still abstain or wipe away all the terrible stuff that he has done. Almost a laundry list too long for me to even discuss because it's ridiculous. But it's him. It's both of them. And then that's the shame. That's the real shame. But like I said, we still have more that we can discuss on this show. Don't forget, we are still in the championship rounds. And like I said, with all the energy that we did yesterday, might not be as long of a show as we normally do. But it's still going to be a show worth watching. And it's still going to be a show worth doing. And it's still going to be a show worth recognizing and worth talking about, like as we're going through with this fight. Or with this, wait, hold on, wait a minute. Wait a second. Well, you know what? I was going to read that quote by Eddie Hearn, but I don't want to keep on going back to the saying, well, actually, at this point, we have to because everybody's talking about it. At this point, it's taking up my whole feed. So we have to. Here's a quote by Eddie Hearn. Oh, wait, hold on. I wonder if small Charlo will still return. Before we get to that quote with Eddie Hearn, answering this question, he will. He will. What is it? It's we're talking about. Let me see. We're talking about. Is it Jamal? No, Jamel. 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 You're talking about Jamel. I get them confused all the time. No, Jamel Charlo. He will be back. He will be back. He's posted clips on social media. He's gone through and he has laid in interest or no put the work out there saying, hey, yeah, we making a comeback. Get ready. We taking back over 154. He's gonna come back. We just don't know when, and we don't know when, where. Oregon too, but he is gonna come back. The question is, how long is he gonna wait? That's the question. It has been 3 years. And excuse me while I'm drinking some water. It has been upwards of 3 years since we've seen Charlo come back or fight Canelo. Almost 3 years. Also, Mike Concho, what's going on with you? Hey, brother, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. Leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Keep on sharing the show. Keep on sharing the live. Keep on showing support. Keep on chatting. I want to hear from you. Also, if you want to support the channel, shameless plug. Gotta do it if you can. Cash App and PayPal, links down below. If you like what we got going on and you want to help continue to make this thing possible, here's my job for the time being. So, I got to do what I got to do. And I want to make this thing bigger and better and greater. All with you and your support. Absolutely. But going back to this question, we don't know when he's going to come back because I don't know the motivation of Charlo anymore. I don't know the motivation. Once he got his money, he went dark, and I don't get why. Once he laid down against Canelo, he didn't attempt to do anything else. And I don't understand why. I would even want to say, oh, it's because he's trying to cut weight properly to get back down to 154. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't take almost 3 years to do that. It doesn't. You can properly do it and you can still be relatively active by the time next year comes around. Even 9 months. It is possible. If you do it correctly. And it's been done before. Tommy Hearns would do it. He would be fighting at 147, 154, 160, 168, 175, go back down to 160, come back up to 168, go back down to 140. He would do that. He even talked about the regiment and all this. You can go look it up. It's possible. So I don't get what's taking him so long, except for what is the motivation for Charlo to box? Is the desire there? We talk about 1 foot out the door for Tank and retirement. But it could also be that Charlo is in the same boat. He's 1 foot out the door in terms of I'm near the end of my rope when it comes to fighting in this boxing game. Though he can still be competitive. Though he can still be something that is worthwhile. Though he can still compete at 154. Well, Tim Tszew's most likely not going to be a factor anymore. In fact, that fight would actually make sense to happen. It would be Keith Thurman. You called him out, you ain't fought him. Fundor's there. Murtala's there. Ortiz is there. Bochuk's there. Lubin's there. Bakram Murtazali, not Murtala, I'm sorry. Bakram Murtazali is what I meant to say. He's there. You have a smorgasbord of talent at your disposal, waiting and ready for you to fight. And if you win against any of them, you beat any of them, all of a sudden, brother, we're going to say Charlo's back. Are we not? Will we not? And if you lose, it wouldn't be surprising, would it? It wouldn't be surprising if you lost. Why? Because the whole division. And I'm sorry, I got a eyelash in my eye. Gosh. Oh Lord. Oh my. Well. Hold on a minute. I'm so sorry. This thing is, I'm trying to keep my composure, but this thing is hurting. Woo! Okay. All right. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was horrible. Oh Lord, that was terrible. That was horrible. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was pain. Oh shoot. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh, that that was so bad. That was so bad. I had something in my eye, brother. Man, I was trying not to make a fuss, but dude, that thing with ooh, that was pain, boy. That was ooh, that was pain, man. I'm sorry. That hurt. I went quiet. I had to compose myself. I had to breathe. I had to try to not. I had to make it seem like I had it together. But inside, man, I was losing it with how bad that thing was hurting in my eye. But okay, we're good now. But what was I saying, Charlo? If Charlo won against any of them, it would be phenomenal. Charlo's back. Whoop-de-doo. The world is here. Hey, they're back in the fight. Both brothers are here now, even better. But if he lost, it wouldn't even be that bad. Why? Because the division is so stacked that we understand there's almost nobody in this division that's going to come out unscathed. Even if we feel they can. The most likely to do it, if anybody could do it, are Virgil Ortiz, hypothetically, the likes of Boots, but we don't know how he's going to look at that division. We're still waiting to see. And then potentially Terrence Crawford when he came back down. Those would be the only three names that we could be like, if there was a person that could potentially go and win against everybody, those would be the three most likely predicted contenders for that accolade. But even then, it's nowhere guaranteed at all. Crawford struggled against Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz struggled against Bochuk. I still want to see that rematch happen today. And he can struggle against some of the other big-time fighters in this division. Like a rejuvenated Fundora. And don't forget, Boots, we don't even know what he's going to be like at 154. Though we can predict whatever we think. We don't know up until he fights Lima. That's going to answer some questions as to what exactly he can be. But we don't know. We don't know. We don't know at all. That's the issue. But let me see. Jamel could have gone 160 after Canelo fight. He just disappeared. Yes, he did. He wiped off the face of the earth for no good reason. Don't make any sense. Too many boxers scared of losing, and they end up looking like clowns with no career. And you know why? It's because when you do win, or when you do lose, how do we say this? Floyd Mayweather propped up this notion that losses ruin a fighter, when that was never the case. But he made it so that losses mean everything. And winning is all there is. If you don't win, you don't deserve any type of hype. The business of boxing, following the mantra of Floyd, got skewed. And it got turned into everybody now made it so that if you lose, well, you're not worth my time marketing. You're not worth my time following. You're not worth my time in looking at and saying, yeah, you're still viable. You're not. That's what happened. That's what the UFC didn't have that problem. Doesn't have that problem still, though they had their own issues as well. But that's what boxing turned into. Now, we have seen that be a bold-faced lie for the sense of, oh, a loss, if you lose, you don't deserve anything, because Tim Tszyu gotten multiple opportunities. Keith Thurman's back in the potential running to be a contender for a championship. We've seen the likes of a plethora of other boxers lose, come back, and they're still doing great. Archie Beterbiev lost, and we want to see him fight. Bivol lost to Beterbiev. Guess what? He got his win back. But even after that loss, guess what we were saying? Hey, brother, we still want to see you in the ring. Were we not? Now we are getting out of the phase of a loss is the end-all be-all. Thankfully, it used to be like that all this time. It still is to some degree, but it is getting to a point, or it is starting to change. It's starting to shift, starting to mold back into the boxing world that we all tout back in the day, where, yeah, you losing is not the end-all be-all. And we can love you regardless of whether or not you lose, because you're attempting to do something phenomenal. We have no issue with it. None whatsoever. That's what we're molding back into, slowly but surely. It's slow, but it's happening. It's slow, but it's happening. Errol Spence, if he ever came back today, it would be selling out arenas. Everybody would want to see him come back. Everybody would want to see him fight. Everybody wants to experience their fighter because it's they appreciate who they are more than just they're all that. That's getting back into that mode, and it's beautiful. We see Sebastian Medora lost. Sebastian Medora got knocked out by Brian Mendoza. Now he's one of the most dangerous champions at 154. It's the truth. Devin Haney got dominated by Ryan Garcia, yet still Devin Haney's a big name. Though that fight got a no contest, even the fight itself with how it looked is still a stain on Devin Haney. But guess what? We may detract and talk about Devin Haney. We still want to see the brother fight. We still want to see him in the ring. Ryan Garcia, we want to see him come back. This is after we lost the Tank and the Rolly Romero. We want to see him back. Rolly Romero has actually turned into somebody that is good. All of a sudden, there's some interest in what Rolly Romero is going to be able to do when it comes to the world of boxing. Because he's retooled, regrouped, and gotten better. It happens, which is great. Dubois is a name that's still going to be able to sell. Crawford, if he loses, still going to be one of the biggest names in the sport. Canelo has a couple losses on his resume, yet still he is at the top. We're getting out of that mode. Thankfully, it's still a heavy weight, but it's a weight that's starting to shift and be lifted, which I love. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that's going through. Also, Miss Queen, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, thank you for tuning into the show. So glad you're with us on today. Yep, I'm wearing my Don Flamingo fit. Like I said, I'm not gonna lie. What's that thing called? I might just. What's that? The ruffles? I can't remember what it's called. But that big, the big pink fluff that he wears, I might rock it. Cause I tell you what, you can say what you want. Hey, there's a little style that he got to him. I would change the shoes. But the fit itself, oh yeah. Now, I'm not going to wear the glasses because I'm going to tell you what, I need to see. I need to see. I'm not going to I can't see out of them things that he's got. But everything else that he's got, oh yeah. Or I might just, hey, you might just see me with that drip on. As the bigger this channel goes, and the more this, and the more I become more lucrative, I can invest in some stuff. One of those things is going to be outfits. Not just because I can dress myself. Let me be clear. Okay, I may wear what I wear here, but when you see me out and about, hey, but I'm a bad looking dude. But when it comes on the show, oh yeah, we can get extravagant, we can get crazy, we can get insane. I love it. I'll do it. I gotta be smart with my money for the time being. But once we start blowing up, oh yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be phenomenal. You're gonna see me fully dripped out. I guarantee you, absolutely. Let me see. Floyd betting on Jake to win. What? You serious? Is this real? If this is real, I'll tell you what. I'm not a betting brother, but I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you were to give money, and if you were to do the odds on this, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a whole bunch of people bet on Jake Paul because of the knockout being this viable of an option. There has never been a fight that is potentially so, what's the word? It's hard to remember a fight like this that is not so predicated on power being the literal apex change in the climate. The one thing that is shifting everything about this fight is the size and power of Jake Paul. That's his literal only saving grace, but it's such a detrimental thing that it is possible that it can happen. It's entirely possible that it can happen. That's what makes this so insane, exciting. So, indeed, that's what makes this Incredible. It's ridiculous, but it's the truth. So I guarantee you, I watch this fight become a relatively comparative odds type of fight. I promise you. People are gonna be shocked at what Jake Paul is gonna have for the odds on this fight because the betting is gonna be insane. It's gonna be insane. I guarantee you. Also, Oda confirmed Bud is Yonko level. I didn't even know Oda was a boxer, man. Hey, shoot, he is Yonko. He is Yonko, and he said he beats Canelo. Well, that's the case. Hey, brother, he sees something that a lot of people don't. Because that's going to be interesting. And actually, that's a great segue, actually, into the world of Canelo and Crawford as we can quickly switch gears. Let me read these last couple of chapters before we switch into that particular topic. 100 years, people will remember Shannon Briggs, but not Tank. It's about personality. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked. And again, I don't want to drive the point home of Tank. I don't. But before we switch to Canelo, one last thing about the Tank Davis situation is the fact that this is a telltale sign that this brother is 1 foot out the door into retirement. It's a telltale sign. As you can see, I hated Tank. I hated Spence, but I ended up liking him. Fought Crawford with permanent facial injuries. After the crash, I wish him well. Yeah, he's got more guts than Tank. He's got cojones, whatever you want to call it. He's got it all. Absolutely. And regardless of how you felt about him taking the test that he did, even though he took a beating, you recognize he went against one of the baddest brothers of today's era. You getting beat like that by somebody like that, it's not disrespectful. Joe Frazier getting dominated by Joe Louis ain't disrespectful, and it doesn't mean that Joe Frazier's nothing but a bum, don't deserve any sort of respect. No. He got beat by one of the most destructive fighters in history. That is not bad. As most heavyweights got beat that same way. Ken Norton got beat same way. Von Lyle, because of his own power, went to war, but even still, he got knocked out. Everybody got knocked out. Tyson, when it came to Tyson versus Foreman, when Tyson was in his prime and Foreman was coming back, or more so Tyson was a little bit out of his prime, but in terms of Tyson was still Tyson and was still in the boxing world, was still one of the baddest people in the land. When Foreman was coming back, all of a sudden it was like they both rod at each other. And I told this story before, in the midst of their fighting ability. But once they retired, but the truth came out. Tyson said, hey, I didn't want anything to do with George Foreman. I don't want nothing to do with that madman. Tyson said that himself. He was telling people in his camp, I didn't want anything to do with that brother, with Foreman. And Foreman said, I didn't want a thing to do with Mike Tyson. Because they were both killers. They were both killers. Foreman being, though old, a problem that people didn't want to have. Because they understood he can make you look stupid. Make you look like you don't belong. That's what we see with the likes of Crawford. You taking all that type of tests doesn't mean that you're a bum. No, you're trying to do great things, which is what we want. That's all. And if more people do that, guess what? More people will have the respect that they are garnered. They will. They absolutely will. Because it's never bad going and trying to fight somebody great. What's bad is you either A, not attempting, or B, when you do get the opportunity, you don't put your best foot forward and you lose because of your lack of trying. Those two situations, that's when things get bad. That's when things get horrible. I guarantee you, I promise you. But let me see. Let me keep on reading what's going on before we switch gears. I'm trying to make sure that I get my thing. Oh yeah. I remember now. Well, Shannon Briggs I didn't know he had asthma. Now that's news to me. I didn't know he had asthma. I did not know that he had asthma while still fighting the likes of Klitschko, Lennox Lewis, and other George Foreman, and others at his best and past his prime in the heavyweight division. I did not know that. That's news to me. I did not know that at all. That puts some new respect on the likes. That puts some new respect on the likes of Shannon Briggs for me. Hey, I give props to it. I did not know that. That puts a newfound level of looking at it. Hey, I gotta say what it is. But even still, while we're still switching, before we get too far off topic, I did want to bring this up about what Eddie Hearn had to say as we had somehow wrapped back around to Tank. Eddie Hearn had this to say when it came to Gervonta Tank Davis. Eddie Hearn said, and I'll zoom it in for better reference, and I quote, Gervonta Davis is half checked out of the sport. So, this may be the last fight for him. See? See? Oh. Did I not say? Did I not say that was going to happen? Did I not say that this is real? This is going to be the last fight for him? Maybe he's going, I just don't want to do it no more. I don't have the hunger to do it. I get my payday here, and then I'll maybe come back and do another fight next year. Or maybe you'll never see me again. I don't think we can blame these young men. And here's the thing. All of this is correct speculation. It might be his last fight. Genuine. He might be looking to cash out, win or lose, and just say, yeah, I'm done. Because he kept on saying he's tired of the sport. Though he has compromised that very idea with the way that he's gone about talking about he wants Teofimo Lopez, he wants the likes of Devin Haney, he wants who else? Who's the other brother? Ryan Garcia again. He wants to go out there undisputed. Compromising all of those conversations. But even still, all of this could be true. But this, we can't stand by. This last point in the quote, I don't think we can blame these young men. We can't stand by that. Now, why do I say that? Again, listen close. I'm not trying to go and say that we are not wanting people to get their money. Be clear. I'm not saying that in the slightest. But that last quote of we can't blame these young men, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Because this sport is still a sport that is laden with history and greatness. Yes, it is all about the money from the standpoint of you're trying to get paid. You want to become a big star to be able to be a big star. And all the things that come with it. That's not problematic. But what is problematic is to then say that we can't blame them for taking this path. From the sense of, yeah, who wouldn't take the money? But situations like that overshadow the problematic issue of we let it get by without the deserved disdain for said actions. Like I said on the show yesterday, all money ain't good money. As I played Denzel Washington, I'm not gonna play that clip again. Well, actually, I might be able to play the snippet, just the tidbit, and hopefully I don't get messed over. But still, all money ain't good money, and because all money ain't good money, that means that all decisions are not good decisions, and everything can't be justified with, yeah, you made the decision that any other man would make. Who wouldn't take that type of money? Because once you go down thinking like that, everything turns into, well, now it's about the dough. Can you blame him? Can you blame him? Can you blame him? When you should. And even if you don't blame him for taking the money, you should blame him for avoiding the legacy. Because that is a viable thing to it. Part of this, you know why? Because part of the whole conversation with money is who deserves to be a big star. And like I said before, when the deserving people don't get paid, but the people that don't deserve do, it becomes a problem. So those types of comments allow for these types of problems to continue to happen. Because at the end of the day, you're not upset. You're throwing your hands up and saying, well, I don't like it. But can you blame him for it? You're giving him a way out to have an excuse for why taking these fights are not seen or held against somebody as a problematic issue. It allows for decisions to go and happen without consequence or fear of, this is going to last with me long term. This is going to negatively affect what I am as time goes on. It does the gravitas of the decision isn't felt when you continue to end it with, what you gonna do? It just happens. Life is life. Or can you blame them? That takes away the personal responsibility. It takes away the personal responsibility on a fighter to move like what we've seen other greats do. It takes away the personal responsibility on a fighter to be able to say, hey, I can get away with this type of stuff because, anybody would do it if they were in my shoes. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm doing what makes sense with the money. Why would I ever be chastised for doing what makes sense money-wise? Aren't we trying to get paid? Yes, we are. But the same way, just like in sports, and part of the issue with load management in basketball, that was a big conversation for a while. You are getting paid upwards of $220, $230, $245 million for max contract. And you are not attempting to play. Just something fell. Not attempting to play through injuries that are not severe. Now, I value the player's health. I don't want people to come back and be like, I'm aggravating injuries, and now I've ruined an aspect of my game with an Achilles tear, with an Achilles popping, with a potential injury that will never make me be the same brother because I tried to push myself too far. I'm not saying that. But I am saying from the sense of, if you can play as much as possible and you don't, with the amount of money that you're being paid, you should be looking to attempt to get on the floor. It should be that if it's viable to do it, you should be able to do it. And it shouldn't be that innocuous things are able to be the things that hold you back from playing on the game or playing on game day. Severe things, you won't hear from me. But when it comes to stuff that's like, okay, yeah, it's pain, but it is something that is manageable. And you can't play through it. That's part of the thing. Because that comes with the social contract of the sport and with the deal. So the same thing applies here. And again, there's more nuance to that load management conversation, no question about it. And we touched on it earlier in past episodes when talking about basketball around basketball season. But just as a tidbit, that's what the juxt of the position was about. But the thing was, in whole, when it comes to Tank, the responsibility of you taking tests comes because you are the biggest star in the sport. You don't get the luxury of being able to say, I don't got to do a whole bunch because of where I'm at. No, you have to because of where you're at. You got to do this because of where you're at. And you saying you can't blame these people that are making big time bucks because of the stars that they are. You can't. Because they're compromising the understanding of when you get to this level, now you're going to fight the biggest names. If that's the case, why are you here? Because you're wasting our time as paying customers to see fights that we want to see. You're wasting our time. When it could have been there, yeah, we might as well gone ahead and done whatever else. We're still paying to watch you. And so we want value for what we're paying, especially when you are at this level in boxing. The customer is still, or the fan is still the one that drives this sport. The fans are still the ones that are driving what happens. The fans are still the ones that are driving what takes place in terms of the life of this sport. Tank doesn't make money without the fans paying for these fights. Tyson Fury doesn't make the money he makes at Wembley Stadium. It doesn't sell out Wembley Stadium without the people wanting to come. He doesn't. So because that's the case, it is not just out of sight, out of mind that they're making money, they're young, we can't get mad at them. It is what it is. No, we can't. And we should. Because we want you to get paid, but we want you to get paid the right way. Doing the stuff that deserves to get paid. doing the work that deserves the acclaim. And if you fail at the attempted work, guess what? You still can get paid a bunch of money. That's all. Because then you're trying. And every time you try, guess what? We want to see. Because we know you're good enough to actually make it happen and win. Even if you don't get it done the first time. That's all we're saying. Just take the test and do the right thing. That's all we're saying. That's all I'm asking. That's all the world is asking, really. And honestly, Tank turned his biggest fans against him. No question. Yes, he did. No question. Absolutely, he did. And Tank not even fought dudes like Kambosos. That's what's crazy. Even Kambosos, Tank ain't never fought. Tank needs to get the big bag and just go to Turkey in Riyadh season to do. And you know what's crazy? Turkey himself said, hey, if you want these big type of paydays, take the big type of fight. If you want the big paydays from me, take the big type of fights. He said that straight up. Two Ferraris, the two Ferrari comment, Turkey said on the Boxing Voice, brother, I can pay you more than that. Two Ferraris ain't nothing. I can give you more than that. But we only deal with the real business. If you take the quality fights, we'll pay you what you want. We'll pay you more than you deserve. If you take the fights with Shakur and you are really about boxing, you actually try to fight somebody great, we'll pay you great type of money. He said it straight up. When you want to do business for real, you come to me. When you want to do the circus, go ahead and do what you do. That's what Turkey said straight up. And he's been operating like that in every single facet. Notice, every single fight we've seen under Riyadh season in Turkey has been the biggest paydays that we've seen for each respective boxer. But at the same time, it has been against some of the best opponents that they faced in their career. It's been the case. Every single one of them. Every single time. It's been, if you fight on this platform, you're going to fight and you're going to get some work. It's going to be some work. It's going to be some real work. And if you don't work, you don't eat. If you work but you fail, guess what? You get another opportunity. You'll keep on fighting. He gives people that lose more chances and opportunities. He doesn't just throw them away. He don't. Which is how the sport's supposed to be. But if you want the money, you got to risk your O. Or you got to risk your record. You got to risk something special. You have to. Because if you don't, guess what? You ain't getting my money. You ain't getting paid. You're going to miss out. That's what we're seeing with Tank. That's exactly what we're seeing with Tank. He said that verbatim, or paraphrasing, but he said that. And he could have done it, but he didn't. That's the crazy thing. All this money he could have had. He could have had this same money. He could have had this same amount of money signing with Turki Al-Sheikh to fight on Riyadh season against Shakur Stevenson next year. Because I think Shakur Stevenson is out for the year to make sure his hands are right. And then he's coming back in 2026, I believe. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But still, he could have made that same money going and fighting the likes of Shakur Stevenson on Riyadh. The build-up would have been insane. Turkey would have thrown out all the money he could handle. Everything would have been what he wanted. And he would have gotten the name that if he did beat Shakur, all of a sudden everything that we've been saying about Tank is true. But he didn't take it. That's why Tank could sign a Turkey contract, 5-year deal, $120 million. I don't understand this all bizarre. Again, for one fight, he's probably going to get 50 to 60. For this one fight with Paul, he's probably going to get 50 to 60. Probably 50 to 60. Or somewhere around that range. I can almost imagine. But with Turkey, yeah, that 120 for 5, on top of again, I'm not as privy to the business, but on top of every other fight that he would get would be extra on top of that 120 guaranteed. Or potentially would be 120 for like 3. Whatever the case may be. It could have been so much. There's so much business that could have been had with Turki Al-Sheikh and Tank. That the contract itself, coupled with the fight itself that you would be having, we could have all 3 of the biggest fights of this year. All could have been Tank Davis fights. You understand that? 3 of the biggest fights of this year could have all been Tank Davis fights. Tank versus Tio, Tank versus Shakur, Tank versus Devin Haney. That could have happened. That legitimately could have happened. That could have happened. It could have legitimately happened. But the brother didn't do it. And it's of his own accord. Let me see, Chappie, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. So glad you're with us on today. Tank is cashing out. He doesn't want to fight anymore. Yeah, it's feeling like it. Let me see, Troll, what's going on, brother? Thanks for tuning in to the show. So glad you're here with us on today. I don't know why people are acting surprised or mad. It's already said that Tank would announce the next opponent after the Welch fight, and he said the opponent was in the locker room. Who was Jake? No, we did cover that. And we covered it. The issue was, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. For some people, the reason why we are mad and we're shocked, we're surprised, but we're not surprised. It's because if I can find the clip, Tank was saying that after Lamont Roach, gosh, this thing is still another thing in my eye. But Tank was saying that after Lamont Roach, that fight had given him a new sense of fire. If I can find a clip of him saying that, I'll show it to you. But you can look it up for yourself. Tank had said that after that fight with Lamont Roach, that was a draw. After he had announced that he was going to retire from the world of boxing, that this year, 3 fights and he's done. That's what he said. But after this fight with Roach, it was going to be, yep, all of a sudden I got my fire back. I want to stick around for a little bit longer. He said that, not me. He said that. I want to go, I got a rekindled urgency to want to fight now. And all of a sudden we were thinking, okay, the rematch is going to happen. His tune's starting to change. He's talking like we never heard him talk before, from the sense of being committed to this sport, or rather being driven in this sport. He wasn't talking like that before, and he talked like that again after Lamont really put paws on him, and in my opinion, actually had beat him. But what happened? He reneged on it. In the build-up to Frank Martin, he had said that he wanted to fight for Undisputed, and he was interested in fighting for Undisputed. He directly said that to Champ side, and he reneged on it. 2 years before that, he made a list of all the names that he wanted to beat. That included Shakur, Tiffany Lopez, Devin Haney, and who was the other brother? Well, before that, it was also Ryan Garcia, but he had already beaten Ryan Garcia. So he had made a list, and he had knocked off one brother. That's what. Because he made all these promises, and he out of his own mouth said these things. And yet, now we see what's happening, which is nothing. It's not us being surprised because he's been an open book. It's because he keeps writing pages that are like, this is what I'm doing, but it's not what I'm doing. That's the issue. He keeps writing pages in this book, and he's acting like everything's real, though only some things are real, some things are not. It's a terrible situation. It's horrible, and he should have done all these things. That's why we're shocked, because he kept flip-flopping, and he kept committing to stuff, but he never actually did anything. And so, taking his own fans for the ride, and for us that were saying, hey, this is the true character of Tank, hold him to a better standard, or he's going to give you the runaround again, people did not listen. And now you see where they're at, scrambling to defend an indefensible offense. That's where we're at right now. That's where we're at. And it's terrible. It's horrible. Facts. Yeah, see, and fact, and what, hey, Blaze, do you remember, it might have been when you were here, or it might have been before you had gotten on this channel. It might have been before you found this channel. But for those of you who remember, there was a big conversation on this channel about how people were kissing the ring, bending the knee, selling out when working with Turkey Al Sheikh. Do you remember that? Turkey's bad for the sport. There's something shady going on. Turkey is doing this, that, and the third. Don't work with that, brother. Don't work with the blood money. Don't work with don't compromise your morals working with Turkey Al Sheik. And mind you, I've consistently said I don't care about any promoter. I don't rock or ride. Well, I don't ride or die with any promoter. I care about the fights, and I care about who's giving the fighters the best deal while also making them have to do the work necessary. That's the only thing I cared about. And Turkey was getting an abundance of flack for years since he stepped foot on the scene because part of it was because he was racially charged. Let's be perfectly honest. Part of it was because of racial tension. And what do you can say that's not the case. It was. Towel boys, turban boys, blood money, something seedy, bearded bros. I can go down the list of stuff that we've heard about Turkey Al Sheik and the whole people surrounding Riyadh season. Oh yeah, no, it's racially charged. That was the brunt of it. But on top of it, it was because people were trying not to say, oh, this brother's coming in. You can't sell out against this brother. Lo and behold, Quisenberry works with them, Matchroom works with them, PBC works with them, Top Rank works with them. They're the last thing standing on a consistent promotional thing outside of the zone. Because guess what? And the zone's working with them. Everybody that said that this is shady, that this is sketchy, all of a sudden, they're all working with them. All of a sudden, they're working with them. And Tank, now the last brother that you said you wanted to work with is the only brother that would have given you the substance in fights that the fans wanted. That was the only brother that was going to actually make the fans' desires actually come true with trying to really make that fight with Tank happen. That was the only brother. Nobody else was forcing Tank to actually put in work. No other promoter was forcing Tank to actually go through and have to fight quality people. No other promoter was doing it, except for Turkey. Yet he was getting the brunt of all the flack. And now look at what happened. Now people are saying, well, you know what? Why doesn't he just work with Turkey now? Why doesn't he just go through and sign with Turkey and get the fights that we want? When that was what he was trying to do the whole time. Not an apologist for Turkey Al Sheik. I ain't getting paid by the brother. Ironically enough, the Ring subscribes to the channel. So, hey, the Ring magazine is subscribed to us. Do they watch us or not? I don't know. But regardless of which, we exist in some way, shape, or form attached to them. They know about us. But still, we kept on saying that we wanted this, that, and the third to happen. And when the brother that could have made it possible, he got vilified for it. And now people are saying, man, we wish we actually had that happen. Because hindsight's now 2020. We were trying to tell you that's exactly what's good. That would be the better option going forward the whole time. But people didn't want to listen. People, hate and fandom blinded them. And now they see the grass in this situation was indeed greener. But they didn't want to believe it. Though we gave them evidence for it. And now we see what happens. It's a shame. It's a really big shame. Shakur hands are a definite problem for him. They break too much. Yeah, they break a lot. Like I said, it was Floyd Mayweather that did the same thing, had to retool his style. Shakur went to Floyd to learn about how to handle constantly being hurt with his hands. But even still, it's like, hopefully, he can get him right and get him fixed. But he's been able to find a way around it every single time. We're going to see if he keeps on going through. But let me see. Tank said Turkey came at him wrong. 1 and 2 Ferraris. Yeah, he did. Turkey was like, Turkey said, I can give you more. I can give you more. You just got to take the fights that we want. LB said, Tank stress. All right, fake, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tank I wouldn't be surprised if Tank come in with the afro in the fight with Jake Paul. So we don't go through that situation of greasing his eye again. Tank, I'm telling you, I promise you, I guarantee you. I get Tank said he wants to rematch Welch, but that sounded half-hearted to me. Tank had never said he wanted to rematch anybody in his life. You also got to understand that. Tank had never said he wanted to rematch anybody in his life. Never said he wanted to rematch anybody in his life. That's the issue. We said he should have rematched Isaac Cruz, and he didn't even do that. We wanted to see Tank fight him healthy. Tank beat him with a broken hand. We said that was a good fight. I would love to see what you can do healthy. People were saying Isaac Cruz deserved a rematch, and yet still he didn't get it because he ducked. This is the only buddy that he was like, yeah, I want to run it back. He had never had that before. Calling people out. He had never done that before. We were like, is he going to call out Shakur? All of a sudden, everything had bled into, wait a minute, there's some actions we never seen before. That Tank is starting to do that equate to a boxer that is actually worthwhile. But lo and behold, we see what happened. So it's a shame. It's a real shame. Let's see, Tank's insane. He could have gotten Turkey years ago. Huge bag, yep. And he could have been retired today. All that could have happened. His last 3 fights could have been with some of the 3 biggest people in the division. And then he retired at that point. He could have done that and still gotten paid a bag. It's ridiculous. And again, patterns of behavior. This is absolutely right. The issue is people just did not believe. We were on this channel for upwards of a year calling out Tank because of his hypocrisy, because of his lack of integrity, because of his because of his consistency to be inconsistent with fighting the people that we know he needs to fight. Taking on the test that would bring him both the money and the respect to be the face of boxing. We have been saying this for upwards of a year. People kept coming in and saying they didn't believe it. Now you see why I was saying what I was saying. Now you see why I was so hard on Tank. And why I was so hard on the viewers trying to get them to see exactly what was going on. I am not some Nostradamus. Excuse me. And I'm not somebody that acts like they knows it all. I know what I know, and that's all I know. Hopefully I'm doing it in an entertaining fashion that makes you want to keep on tuning in. Absolutely. But I'm not going to lie. Why would I? Why would I lie to say this brother is what he is? So that you, as a supporter of him, can stop letting him get away with this. Because now a lot of Tank fans, their hearts are broken. Because this is like the bar, this is the point of no return. They understand that they're falling into the abyss, that there's been a rope right there to grab on and say, hey, stop. But they never did because they thought life was good. And now when life is bad, now they gotta do it. You mess around, you find out. And now you want to say, oh man, I can't rock with him no more. I can't believe this. I never thought he would do this. How in the world did nobody tell me this was going to happen? And yet now we see exactly what happened. We are not the problem. We are not the ones that were blind. We are not the ones that were making this fight so objectively bad. We were not the ones that were over critiquing his career. We were not the ones that were making the legacy of Tank obsolete. He was the one that was doing it. Y'all just kept on believing that he was worth all that in a bag of chips. Y'all kept on believing he was gold, but he was just a painted piece of wood. Y'all kept on believing that this brother was just the best thing you've ever seen. But he was nothing but, he was nothing but nothing. We kept telling you, and we kept warning you, but you kept on telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. You need to stop talking. Tank can do whatever he wants. You want me to bring up the comments? You want me to bring up the comments of what people were saying about Tank? You want me to bring up people saying I need to just shut up? You want me to bring up the receipts of people saying that I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to Gervonta Davis? He's too big of a star. Everybody's too small for him. He can do whatever he wants. His legacy is a Hall of Fame legacy. Do we need to bring this up? I can go back through. Because I ain't been deleted. And I'm telling you, I heard it all. I heard it all. And you see why, I didn't back down. Because this is the reality of the situation. Whether you want to believe it or not, Tank Davis has done something that is going to ruin him for the rest of his career. And everybody now sees what he is and who he is. And everybody now understands I don't have to, nor do I want to, support what this brother does. I don't. I'm telling you, in terms of the public eye, that's what they're doing. And they're turning. It's a shame. It is a shame. It is a full-blown shame. And I hate it. I do hate it. I give Shakur for full credit. I give Shakur full respect because both fights and even tries to please the fans, tries Devin the same thing, even if it's not successful at times, they try. And they try for the fans. Like, we can talk about Devin Haney and that last fight with Jose Ramirez. Guess what? That was one bad fight out of a career that's faced off against Lomachenko, Gambosos in his hometown, another fight with Gambosos in his hometown, and has routine. It's now fighting Brian Noma Jr. It's been, and for Ryan Garcia at 140, fully healthy, rehydrated, with Ryan Garcia coming up in weight, or coming in overweight. You can't say that he's ducking people. You don't even have to like his stylistic framework of fighting, but you can't say he's ducking people. That's all. He is going after everybody he can. Shakur is going after everybody he can. He fought Jamal Herring. He fought Oscar Valdez. He fought and knocked out Yoshino. He went and then and moved up to 135. Kept on winning. He took on De Los Santos, who was dangerous. Though, again, broken hand. That was the worst fight of his career. No question. What happens afterwards? Then he fights William Zepeda. Was going to fight Schofield. Schofield got sick. He was going to fight Schofield. And then Schofield got sick. Then fought Padley. Knocked out Padley. To the body. Ironically enough, Padley was ranked higher than Schofield. Then afterwards, he went and fought William Zepeda. Who everybody thought was going to be the test that would break him. Lo and behold, he passed it with flying colors. Beat Zepeda at his own game. Yeah, he proved everything we need to see. They're pushing legacy. And they're getting the respect. And they're going to get the bag for it. Tank's going to get the bag, but his respect's going to be out the window. It's going to be out the window. And it's the, I hate it. I hate it. And see, oh man, I don't think Tank is a Hall of Famer. I think he is a good fighter with wasted potential and a career. It is weird. And see, that is, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. He's a wasted potential fighter. That his talent we never question, but his moves we hate. So we can say, oh yeah, he was really good, but it means nothing because he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. So like we can't, there's no legacy to be made. There's no comparison that we can have to greats because you didn't do anything that they did. You did less than what the people that you were perceived as better than, you did less than what they did. Which is horrible. Outright terrible. It's outright terrible. And I'm just, I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. Let me see. Devin played it safe. Because he got whooped trying to please the fans because so many were saying he was going to KO. Right? Well, I don't know who was saying he was going to KO. I thought he was going to be the only. If I was saying that Ryan Garcia uses the power, and if there was any way that Ryan Garcia would win this fight, it would just be because he's outright better physically, because he matches Devin Haney in size and length, and Devin Haney won't be able to outmaneuver him with his feet, and when faced with power. Though Ryan Garcia won't be able to outbox him. He can outbrawl him. Because he got faster hands. He can take the shots. And if he can mitigate the footwork of Haney, Haney's going to have a tough time. I was telling you. You can go watch the breakdown of that fight that I did. And he beat him the way I thought he was going to beat him. He popped on top of it. But still. Devin Haney, it wasn't even that he was trying to fight in a manner to please the fans. More so, he's just fighting better competition all the time, which I love. But in this situation, he couldn't outbox Ryan Garcia. So it wasn't because he was trying to please the fans in that case, but he had to fight. Because that jab he was throwing wasn't working. The jab he was throwing wasn't working. The right straight wasn't landing. He was getting pressed and couldn't keep the distance. The left hook of Ryan Garcia was beating out the reaction time of Devin Haney. And so he had to brawl. Because there was nothing else he could rely on. Because everything else that he wanted to do, he couldn't do against a brother who is his size. Which is still a problematic issue for Devin Haney. Which is why I strongly believe he's going to get knocked out by Brian Norman Jr. And there ain't going to be no issues about drugs or PEDs this time. He's going to get beat by a brother who isn't just good, but also is a cat who is indeed physically able to keep up with them, cut off the ring, handle the footwork, as well as has the length to reach you where you think you're safe. And more importantly, Devin Haney has had size over his opponents in every single fight he's been in. Lomachenko all the way to Regis Prograis. He's been bigger than him. He's naturally bigger. He comes into fights 170. Reportedly, he came to that fight with Prograis at 190. Reportedly. Or 180, somewhere around that length. Somewhere around that weight. And he is susceptible when somebody's able to A, mitigate his size, like Lomachenko, and make it an inside fight where you're able to really bump with them, or B, you are as big and you are as long as Devin Haney, and you outclass him in most of the physical attributes that he outclasses his opponents in. Now he's in trouble because part of his style is based on being able to be quicker, longer, and bigger than you. So if it's in the clinch, he can keep you where he wants, or he can walk you where he wants. With the length, he can jab you and keep you at bay. With the speed, he's able to do it quicker than you can react and move out the way better than, or quicker than you can cut off the ring. And size-wise, he's taller than you, so you're punching up, and you have a tough time hitting him. He's still a great technical fighter, no question, but a lot of it is predicated on those physical attributes outclassing his opponent. But when that fails, all of a sudden the boxing ability gets mitigated. It got mitigated against Lomachenko. It got mitigated against Ryan Garcia. And it's going to get mitigated again against Brian Norman Jr. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And Brian Norman Jr. is going to be able to close the gap. On top of there's no power that Norman has to worry about. The only thing Norman has to worry about is going downstairs to the body, taking away the gas tank and the feet, and being able to consistently go through. And at the second half of the fight, once Devin Haney, just like with Lomachenko, starts to have to, okay, yeah, I can't beat him on the outside, and I got to work, really work. And I got to use more than just boxing to beat him. Then Devin's going to have to go on the inside. And guess what's going to happen then? Destruction. Destruction. Absolute destruction. Because it's going to be too much for Devin Haney to be able to handle. Ryan Garcia is a big brother that has ability. Don't forget also, Brian Norman is a big cat that doesn't just have ability, but he's actually got technical aspects to him as well. He's an old school fighter. He's got good feet, not fast feet. So he knows where to move, and how to cut you off, like we did in the breakdown of the fight, or in the portion of the breakdown of the fight. He knows how to mitigate your athleticism with angles, as well as if he just needs to use his own athleticism, he can do that as well and get to you and beat you. And you can't knock him out, especially not Devin Haney. So he ain't got to worry about the power. Hand speed is deceptively quicker than people may expect. And that's going to be a thing that can catch Devin Haney before he's able to actually defend like he wants to. He can keep you in the corner. He can track you and walk you down. He's deceptively good at blocking and parrying shots. And once that happens with Devin Haney, all of a sudden it's going to be a bad time. It's going to be a bad time. It's gonna be. I promise you, it's gonna be. It's gonna be an incredibly bad time, and it's just it's. That's why we can't wait for November. That's exactly why we can't wait for November, but it's gonna be great. It's gonna be phenomenal. Let me see. Was it? Is it Mr. Boss? I think I'm saying. Oh, hopefully I'm saying that right. But how you doing, brother? Hey, man. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad you're here with us all today. Appreciate you tuning in to the live. If you haven't already, please leave a like on the stream. If you have not already, leave a like on the stream and keep on supporting the show. We still here and we still live. We are 2 hours. Good gosh, we're 2 hours into this show. My goodness, I didn't think it was gonna be that long, but hey, it is what it is. But regardless of which, we're still gonna enjoy ourselves nonetheless. I'm really loving Roller's career from zero to hero, and I don't think he's a hero. I'm not gonna call him a hero, but I am gonna say that the redemption arc of Rolly Romero being in better graces with the public, becoming calmer, becoming more even keel, less volatile in terms of how he goes and reacts. And in the process, his ability as a fighter has leveled up more and more. Again, he was able to beat Ryan Garcia. He outboxed Ryan Garcia clean. So, like, he's gotten better. Like, you can't, not just anybody can beat Ryan Garcia. So it's a great thing of respect. And people are starting to turn around on him. It ain't there yet. But people are starting to turn around on the likes of Rolly Romero. Now, if he keeps on improving like this, then that's great. That's phenomenal. But I ain't gonna call him a hero yet. I'm not gonna go that far. But he is garnering some respect now that he didn't have before. Which, hey, I ain't got no issue with it all. Rolly, I'm taking belts. I'm taking bets he's gonna be a 4-weight champion. So you think he moves up to 154? Now that's interesting. That's interesting. You think that he moves up to 154? Really? Huh? I gotta think. I don't know. I don't know if he can move up to 154. I think that would be too far for him. Because, again, as a champion, he would probably get a potential immediate shot at a title. Because he won one at 147. And at 154, I think they're just, everybody is as big as a Ryan Garcia. Everybody's got the power of a Ryan Garcia. But everybody is better than Ryan Garcia. And the things that you did to beat Ryan Garcia, you can't do against him. You can't. That left hook that you were able to negate and land, that was Ryan Garcia's only weapon, that's not going to be the case when you go up to 154. Against the Boachucks. Against the Bakrams. It's not going to be the case. It's the recklessness that we normally see in Rolly's approach to boxing. That, again, he refined against Ryan Garcia. But if he goes back to that, it's going to be bad. I dare say that even in the style that he fights right now, that he did against Ryan Garcia, he would have to be even more cautious. Sorry about that. He would have to be even more cautious when he fights against the likes of the greats at 154, due to the fact that now you can't be, even for who Rolly is, even with what you are now at 154, you can't be that, or at 147, you can't be that at 154. Because even that version of Rolly that beat Ryan Garcia would struggle against the likes of 154. Because that type of simplistic game plan that he implemented is not going to work against most of them. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. because they're too vastly skilled to not be able to get around it. And you still got to be cautious if you're Rolly of the power that's coming at you, which is something that, again, Rolly would not be able to handle. We saw what Barrosos was able to do to him. We saw what Tank was able to do to him. We saw why he fought like he did against Ryan Garcia, because he knew what Ryan Garcia could do to him. He's got to fight even more cautious than that against all of 154. And I think the more cautious Rolly gets, while he becomes a smarter fighter, at that level, I don't know if he's able to work like he needs to work. I don't know if he's able to work like he needs to work. I don't know if he fights at 154 and is successful. I'm not saying he couldn't have, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I got to think about that. I'll say no for now, for my opinion. I'm not saying it ain't possible. I'm not going to say it ain't possible at all. As I keep on, let me see. With Fundora, we'll go to 160 with Boots. In 3 years, Virgil will stay at 154 with Russian guy. And Devin T.O. Rowley will finish off at 154. Fundora could move up to 150 to 160. Boots already said he wants to move up to 160. Will Boots go after Undisputed first, though? Like we said he wanted to do initially. That's the biggest question before we get into anything else. That's the big question. That's the huge question. Will Boots go after Undisputed? Will he go after Undisputed? Because it could be that Boots beats Fundora, and then Fundora moves up to 160 if that indeed does happen, instead of staying around at 154. That could actually take place. And it could be just like with Boots waning between 147 and 154, Boots actually languishes at this division rather than just moving up and trying to go as quick as possible like he did at 147 when he languished at 147. That could happen. That's entirely possible that could happen. And with that being the case, it's like, and with that being the case, and with the depth of 154 as well, he might have to languish because there's going to be so many people that he can't fight against. There's going to be so many people that he can fight against. He might have to just languish around because there's so much talent at the division. There's so much. But let me keep on reading what people have to say. Ryan will be a eventual champ at 147 in 18 months. I mean, Devin, let's go through the list. Devin, Boots, not Boots. I'm sorry. I'm getting divisions confused. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Let's bring up the apropos names right now to talk and discuss properly and fully. 147, Norman, Haney, Barrios, Pacquiao, Ramos, Stanionis, Rocha. Of those champions, it's Norman, it's Barrios, and I think it's actually, that might be it. That might be it. I don't think anybody, because Boots gave up his title, so there's a vacant belt. And then there's one more, but I can't remember who exactly reigns as that other champion. Because it's Barrios, it's Norman, it's Haney. That's what it's Haney. It should be Haney. It should be Haney, right? It should be Haney as the champion 140 unless I'm tripping. Is it not Haney that's got the belt at 154? Or at 147, my apologies. Let me not waste time. Let me look at the list right now. Okay, so it's Norman. It's Brian Owen Jr., WBO champ. IBF champ is vacant at this point in time. WBA champ is vacant at this point in time because Ennis gave up the belt. Rowley got elevated to WBA champion, so Rowley is the WBA champion soundly. So it's Norman, Rowley, Barrios, vacant. Right now, Ryan Garcia, if he keeps on fighting like this, he ain't beating Ryan. He ain't beating Rolly. He can't beat Barrios. If Pacquiao almost beat Barrios, and Ryan Garcia can absolutely beat Barrios, though that might be a tougher task than we may expect. And he's not beating Brian Norman Jr. So, okay, maybe so. Now, the question is, if Pacquiao fights against Barrios in a rematch, wins, becomes the champ, and then fights Ryan Garcia, hypothetically, if Ryan Garcia earns the shot to become champ, because again, right now, he's not a mandatory or anything. That would be an interesting fight. That would be an interesting fight. And what Pacquiao was able to do to Barrios, that gives me a little bit more of a inkling to say maybe there's some competitive fighters that we didn't think was going to be competitive against Pacquiao, but now it might actually be. So he might. I'm not going to say he will, but he might. That's the best thing I can say. I don't think he will, but he might, hypothetically. But it's at this point in time, it is a long shot. It ain't as sound. Let me see. Boots is very talented, just no experience with any top fighter. So interested to see him with the top fighter. Now, I would say him fighting against Stanionis was a validating fight because Stanionis did have respect. I don't think he's been in the win, but no. When you do say top, I get you talking about. Excuse me. I think you're talking about like top 3, top 4 in a division. So okay, I can see that. He ain't been there yet. He's been in the running with the likes of Crawford for a hot minute. He was in conversation with neck and neck with Boots with what's his name? Brian Norman Jr. Didn't fight him. So yeah, so okay, I can see that. I do want to see him against the heavy hitters. I want to see him against people that we feel are on his level and can beat him. That's what I want to see. That's what I'm waiting on. That's my excitement for Boots. Because once that ball starts rolling, it's going to be consistent. I believe. But it's just, we just waiting. We are just waiting. We are just waiting. And we want to see it. We really do. It's only, hopefully, it happens soon. Only a matter of time. No question about it. Let me see. I think Boots versus Tim Tszyu is a good fight to see. I think it's a good fight to see his level. I think he beats Tszyu. No, he destroys Tszyu. I'm gonna tell you something. Hey, brother, that gets bad. That fight gets bad. That fight, cause see, here's the thing. That's a great test, but I don't think it shows us the test that we want to have. Because Tim Tszyu is notoriously he's a slow starter. And we just see right now, he's a shell of what he was. Definitely a shell of what he was. And with Tim Tszyu right now, as slow as he starts with how bad he is defensively at this point in time, especially against speed and some decent length, and great length like with against Fundora. But like, man, Tszyu needs to stay away from Boots right now. That's a fight that'll be bad for his health at this point in time. Yeah, it'll be a great validation test for Boots, but that's a fight that'll be bad for Tim Tszyu's health at this stage right now. I'd rather see Tim Tszyu versus Keith Thurman than Tim Tszyu versus Boots. Because if Tszyu beats Boots, brother, he should retire. If Tszyu beats Boots, he should retire. He should retire. He's going to, after being knocked out as violently as he's been knocked out by Bakram, beat up by Sebastian Fundora, beaten and beaten again by Fundora. I mean, like, shoot, boy. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous what this brother's going through, and I don't want to see him get damaged like that until I can see him be able to actually compete. There are levels that I think Boots needs to prove himself at. Tim Tszyu ain't one of them. At this point in time, no, he's way ahead of Tim Tszyu. Way ahead. That would I dare say that wouldn't even be a test for Boots. Because Tim Tszyu is he is not the Tszyu that you're thinking he's going to be on that night that will be able to test him. He's not that Tszyu anymore. Because he's not that Tszyu, It's gonna be some damage. It's gonna be some real here. Xander Zayas at 154 is a good target for T.O. or Haney. Yes, he is. Now, we thought he was gonna fight Virgil Ortiz because it seems like Xander Zayas had a contract. Didn't take it. Now he's fighting Erickson Lubin. So it's gonna be interesting to see what Zayas is gonna be able to do because we thought we were gonna see Zayas versus Ortiz happen. We really did. We thought we were going to see Zayas versus Ortiz happen. We thought we were going to see it. We were excited for it. And then seemingly Zayas said that the offer wasn't a real offer. When it was a real offer. Location, 50-50 fight, deal, had a date, had a time, had a place. That was a real offer. I don't know why he didn't take it. Though he just may not think he's ready. But regardless of which, let me see. Tank wants no Gary Russell smoke. Now, I think we talked about this before. But Russell coming up from 135, or coming up to 130. Coming up to 135, excuse me. From 130, where he just got back from. That would be an incredibly interesting fight to see. That would be a quality fight to see. But I don't want to see Russell against him until I can see him back in the ring more than once every 3 years. Because he looked like he ain't lost a step, but I still need to see some more. Because you're still asking for some smoke. But I tell you this. But that speed of Ortiz would give, that speed of Ortiz, not Ortiz, excuse me, that speed of Russell, that would be something. That would be something to see the likes of Tank go up against. That would be something to see Tank go up against that. But again, it's coming up in weight. And now he would have already fought at, again, 190 with this fight with Jake Paul. So it's like it kind of skews where we actually want to see the likes of Tank be at. And like I said yesterday, I don't want to see Tank do anything except for Shakur, Abdullah Mason, Schofield, and then going from 140 to 168. Since apparently you can fight at 190. Go fight Crawford. Go ahead. Go fight Canelo. Go ahead. Go fight Janibek. Go ahead. Go fight Brian Norman Jr. Go ahead. Fight them all. Go fight Sebastian Fundora. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go fight Shiraz. Go ahead. You can do it. Go fight Keyshawn Davis. Go ahead. Do it all. Because there should be no limit. There should be no limit now. Because of what you put out, what you did. This is what you did. This is what you did. So there should be a struggle or a limit. Not at all. Let me see. As we keep on talking, I'm a sicko. I want to see Fundora versus Janibek at 160. Like I said, and again, at this point in time, I think Janibek moved up to 168. I believe Janibek moved up to 168 recently. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But I wouldn't be mad at seeing that fight. Janibek hasn't had a whole bunch of competition at 160. And so, although Carlos Adames is still there, I would love to see that fight with Carlos Adames versus Janibek at 160. Unless Adames has also moved up too. But Fundora, I mean, like, right, I will say this, Fundora looks like he's starting to fill out his body. Fundora does look like he's starting to fill out his body. Fundora looks like he's getting, I'll tell you what, against that fight with Tim Sue, brother, that man looked more muscular than I ever remember. That man looked bigger he's 6'5", yeah, but in terms of muscular, the physical body, he didn't look bigger than I remember him last time out. It looks like he's starting to, and he's a young brother, it looks like he's starting to grow into his body. So 160 may not be too far away for him to actually go and take on. It could be in the near future. We see that happen. And if so, I'm here for it. I'm actually here for it. Let me see, Janibek. Let me validate. Does somebody have, if Janibek's still at 160? Let me see, Janibek not moved up, bro. Okay, so he's still at 160 and he wants, okay, all right, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so thank you. He's still at 160. Hasn't moved up yet. Talks were happening, but he still stay put. Okay, fine. No issue there. I have no problem with that. Great. Then that means that we could sooner rather than later potentially see the likes of of Fundora versus Sue. Not Sue. Fundora versus it is likely that we could see down the line with how Fundora looks like he's growing, muscular-wise, frame-wise, body-wise. We could see him go and fight the likes of Janibek Ali Mahanala sooner than we may expect. As long as Janibek does keep on staying at 160 and does go and commit to trying to become undisputed, we should have that as a legitimate possibility. And so I'm down for that. Absolutely. And let me see, can we stop talking about Tank? And yeah, we can. Like I said, I thought we were breezing through. Going back through with some topics. I was just bringing up the point of I think piggybacking on what somebody else had said about it in terms of piggybacking off and moving up in weight. But no, we ain't gotta talk about Tank. We ain't got to. There's still a whole bunch of stuff in the boxing world that we can discuss, absolutely. And I ain't got no issue with that at all. Fundora is a boxing world champion and a Harvard student. I just learned that he's from Harvard, or that he graduated from Harvard, or he's a student at Harvard. I just learned it. I knew that brother was smart. I didn't know he was that smart. I mean, shoot, but that's insane. That's ridiculous. But Fundora said 8 years ago, he said, beat champ, they called me dumb. Oh, wait, so they called him stupid. And they said, go on and try to box, because you can't hang it in the books. Wait, but he's proving us wrong. And I'm happy for it. I'm so happy for it. And it speaks to that a lot of these athletes are smarter than we want to give them credit to, or smarter than people want to give them credit for. And it's really frustrating when people try to box them in without saying you don't deserve or shouldn't be talking about certain things. No. These are some highly educated and informed people. Some decisions that they make, sure, may be dumb. Absolutely. But they're not stupid themselves. They're not. So because of that, we shouldn't treat them as just athletes alone, because that can lead to a whole world of problems. That can lead to a whole host of issues, a whole host of things that we don't want to have. I'll tell you what, I promise you that. I don't know about that. So there's probably some other people. There's probably some more people that got some real know-how and knowledge in the boxing world. And I don't even know what their education is. Probably have a couple more Ivy League type of boxers and fighters and athletes in the world of boxing that we just don't even talk about. But they're highly intelligent. They are indeed highly intelligent. I promise you that. But again, it's still the championship rounds. And I think we coming up on the 3-hour mark. So I guess we can start wrapping it up. We can do the last couple comments and questions. If there's anybody else, if there's anything that anybody else wants to say when it comes to the world of boxing and or beyond, whether it's, again, Tank, if you want to talk about it, whether it's the likes of Anthony Joshua, what's next for him in light of this fight with Jake Paul, whether it's the likes of Boots, Crawford, Canelo. In fact, I think that's, before we got out here, I did want to touch on that Crawford versus Canelo fight, because I think that's the only thing we haven't got to talk about that was on the thumbnail for this whole thing. What's your take on Ortiz versus Lubin? So, no, that fight is a good fight. That fight is a dangerous fight for the likes of Ortiz. Now, why do I say that? It's because of the amount of tough time that Lubin gave to the likes of Sebastian Fundora. If you watch that fight, knocked him down. And we thought it was going to be over for Fundora. Up until Fundora came back and put him to sleep and knocked him out and got the stoppage. I think I was watching that fight on my computer. And that speaks to Lubin is indeed a championship caliber fighter. And Lubin can give one of the biggest threats that we have in the world in the 154-pound division sometime. Now we know, and I expect that minimum, that we see Virgil Ortiz knock him out. I expect it. I do. I truly do. Like I said, it's not going to be nearly the same struggle that he had against Masvidal because the stylistic differences are indeed there. They're there. Like the imagine, or Lubin ain't somebody that's gonna be moving all around. It's gonna be herky jerky. It's gonna be hard to read. It's gonna be hard to time. It's gonna be so unpredictable. Lubin is not that type of fighter. Be clear on that. We understand that. Erickson Lubin is not that type of fighter in the slightest, but he is still a dangerous puncher that he will be willing to trade with you to go and bang out with somebody. He will. And he got the pot to be like, yeah, you ain't the only brother that got some punch in this game. I can do some damage myself. Be clear on it. So this ain't just a end all, this ain't just a foregone conclusion that we can see that we can see the likes of Virgil Ortiz just knock out Lubin with the greatest of ease. No, it's not the case at all. And Lubin's 27-2, 9 KOs. Not 9, I'm sorry, 19. My apologies, had my numbers wrong. 19 KOs in his career. Face off, he's been, the only time he's been beat is by knocking him out. That's it. You can't knock him out, buddy, you ain't beating him. This buddy got some talent, some real talent, some legit skill, and some legit size on him as well. Don't forget that. But he's almost 6 feet tall, 75-inch reach. Now, he ain't Fundora, but he's a big cat. He knows how to use that length. I believe he's orthodox, so he definitely knows how to throw that right hand bomb off a setup. Yes, he does. He's got Virgil Ortiz about 4 inches in terms of reach. So he'll be able to, so brother, it's going to be, Virgil's going to have to work his way on the inside and be prepared to potentially eat something bad coming from the hands of Erickson Lubin if he misjudges the distance in range. But it is something that's entirely possible, yeah. Lubin can't cause the upset, but I got, at this point in time, I got Lubin getting knocked out by Virgil Ortiz. And Virgil Ortiz winning the fight. I definitely do. At least in my opinion, I do. Arizona Lara is WBA champ at 160. He is 42 years old. Yes, he is. He has switched up his style entirely. Lara has turned into a fighter that is no longer just the fleet-footed, slick, defensive, counter-punching type of fighter who relied on his movement and relied on his defensive prowess to make him hard to beat. That's why he was one of Canelo's toughest opponents ever, because he was hard to catch, brother, hard to catch. Now he's turned into a more flat-footed, destructive puncher that has won his last like 4 or 5 fights by knockout, putting people to sleep consistently. He made Danny Garcia look like he was nothing. Though Danny Garcia, I think he just doesn't have it anymore. That fight with Danny Garcia, I think it was clear as day that Garcia, buddy, it's time to pack it in. I think it's time for that buddy to retire. He just ain't got it. But he put Garcia out. Who else did he put out? He put out let me bring up the resume real quick, so I can make sure I got it right. Arizona Lara, because I know of recent he's been like he's been killing people. He's just been killing people. Michael Zarafa, Danny Garcia, Gary O'Sullivan, Thomas LaManna. Those have been the names he's knocked out ever since he moved up to 160. And it's been dominant. 1-round KO, 8-round KO, 2-round KO, 9-round KO. And in a lot of these fights, he's winning comfortably. In a lot of these fights, it's not even, the scorecards aren't even close. Like, I don't think you understand. It's not just, he's knocking him out, but he's beating him with the greatest of ease before knocking him out. Again, Thomas LaManna, round 1 KO, destructive. Gary O'Sullivan, when it ended in round 8? But he was up on the card 70-62. I don't think Sullivan won a round. Zarafa ended in 2. And guess what? It was 9-10, or it was 10-9 for Lara. Danny Garcia ended in 8. Garcia quit on the stool, or his corner retired him from his stool. Guess what? 82, 80, 88, 82 on most of the scorecards. On all scorecards, excuse me. This brother is not just beating people. He's throwing people out the water. He's killing them. He's destroying them. It's a second career. This is arguably more dominant than the first average career from the standpoint of while again it's recent and the names are not as big as the other people that he's faced in his career from the standpoint of production. But this is one of the biggest highs he's had in his career for good reason. Like for very good reason. It's insane. It's indeed insane. But we love it. Well, absolutely we love it. Because this is what we want to see. Reinvention. We want to see people, you don't just got to be one person to fighter. This is why we always talk about adaptability in the world of boxing. Adaptability as a boxer is something that is so hard to have. But if you do have it, you become something better than anybody else can expect. Because you can change. If you can't change, it's very tough for you to keep the same level of consistency. But if you have the ability to change with what you're given, all of a sudden it unlocks a whole new threshold of how high you can go in your path to greatness. Because now you're not just one way. Now you're not just one facade. If you told me years ago that Lara was going to be a knockout artist, but I would never believe it. I would never believe you. I would have laughed in your face because I would have been, that's a bold-faced lie. I would have said that's a bold-faced lie. There's no way. There's no way in the world. It is not possible for Lara to become one of the most destructive punchers at a higher weight than 154. With that on top of it. Lo and behold, brother, he's the best. He's one of the best 160 pounders. I dare say I would love to see him versus Janibek. That's the fight I want to see. That's the fight I want to see. Janibek versus Lara for the 160-pound title. Unify. Get that happen before the end of the year. Make that happen before the end of the year. That's what I would love. That would be, oh gosh. That would be insane. And you know what's crazy? Lara still has the defensive instincts. The movement ain't there like it used to be. Absolutely. But the defensive ability to react and counter shots, to keep himself safe, to parry, to block, to roll, to slip, all of that's still there. He's just now applying power behind the shots and when he takes advantage of his opponents, rather than just the scoring shots that he used to do. Again, the quickness. Now he is going through and like, nah, I'm laying the lumber on the same counters that I used to take advantage of in the past. Now those shots are just more detrimental because I'm going from broke into some. I'm stamping my feet in this now. I'm putting my weight behind it. It's great. I would love to see that versus Janibek. I would love to see that versus Janibek fight. That would be a phenomenal fight to happen. Hopefully it happens again this year. But again, is there anything else anybody want to say? Real quick, I did want to touch on Canelo because that is part of the thumbnail. Canelo versus Crawford, because I will be remiss if I catfished y'all in having this as part of the thumbnail, but not actually part of the fight talk that we discussed. With that fight with Canelo versus Crawford, as I always ask, I want to hear from you all. Who do you think is going to win? Also, if you haven't already, leave a like on the stream. But who do you think is going to win that fight? Number one. And number two, more than anything else, as we look at the weaknesses of Crawford, be very careful when saying that Crawford's going to just be able to outbox Canelo. Be very careful with it. We've said this before, but I need to approach it in a different way. Canelo and his boxing ability are able to get up to a level, though it's going to be difficult. They can get up to a level where they can match Crawford, as crazy as that may sound. When pushed, he can get up to a level where he outboxes the likes of Terrence Crawford, though it's not necessarily going to be likely. He can get there. Understand that. He can get there. He's that good. Regardless of everything that we've said about him being diminished, about him not being, again, I don't think he's a better boxer. But he can get up to he can push himself to get to that gear and get up to the level of where Crawford is able to box. He can. Now, Crawford's 6th gear allows for him to get above even his normal boxing ability. Canelo can't get that high. But if Crawford doesn't hit his 6th gear before Canelo hits his, and Canelo is actually able to get and start matching Crawford's boxing ability, there's some real danger that, yeah, we could see him get knocked out. We absolutely can. It's gonna be, we keep calling it a battle of the gears. Each one elevates their ability. When will that elevation happen? When will the switch be flipped for each? Because it does take a toll when you do flip it, but you gain a massive boost when you do. When you operate in that 6th gear. If we see Canelo switch his gear before Crawford, we could see Canelo box up to the level of Terrence Crawford and stop Crawford before he gets into his 6th gear, where he starts going into another level. It's possible. So be careful when we're saying, oh, Crawford's going to be an outboxer in the Kingdom Come. No, it's not that simple. It's not that simple at all. It's nowhere close to that simple. You're making something rudimentary when it's actually incredibly complex. Just because somebody is a better boxer does not mean they can't be matched by their opponent. If their opponent is able to elevate to that level. And Canelo, he can. He absolutely can. Be mindful when you talk about it like that. But let me see. Will Canelo go to 175 again? I think he will end his career there. The only way that Canelo would move up to 175 would be for 2 reasons. One, to fight Bivol in a rematch. That would be number 1. And number 2, would be forced to have to fight David Benavidez. The only 2 options that we would see the likes of Canelo and Crawford, or Canelo move up, as I'm trying to move my seat. Something stuck under here. Feels like something stuck under here. But regardless of which, the only way that Crawford would move up to 175, and it wasn't for Bivol, it would be to fight David Benavidez, and he would be forced to fight David Benavidez. That would be the question. That would be the problem. That's the juxtaposition right there. Even moving up to fight Bivol again is highly unlikely unless he handles his business now against Crawford. And even then, if we see Archie Beterbiev and Benavidez fight each other, and Benavidez beat Archie Beterbiev, and then we see Benavidez beat Bivol, now it's going to be Canelo. Benavidez has all the belts. And if you want to go and change and chase the greatness that you lost when you fought against Bivol, or you want to go and get your get back that you said you wanted against Bivol, now all roads lead to David Benavidez. And you have been ducking him for oh so long. You have to fight him now, because there's no way you can't go up there. There's no way you can't, because you've done it before. And there's no way you can't say that he isn't worth anything when he's always been worth something, but now he's got the belt against the people that you couldn't beat. He beat him. So what you gonna do? Those are the only 2 aspects, or those are the only 2 aspiring situations that I could ever see him get a fight with the likes of Canelo, and to force Canelo to move up to 175. If he doesn't have to, Canelo would never go past 168 again. If he doesn't have to, Canelo would never move up to 168. He will never move out of 168, ever again. He won't. Unless he's forced to. Unless he is forced. And right now, ain't nothing forcing him at this point. Unless he lost to Crawford. Then it's gonna be, okay, yeah, no, you gotta prove a point now. Go and fight Benavidez. Ain't no, if Crawford can beat you, Benavidez can beat you. Go fight Benavidez now. Go ahead. Go do it. Come on, chop, ready to go. Because if you don't, you're capitulating that you're ducking. That's when things get problematic. And we definitely don't want that. Absolutely. Let me see. Nerd, what's going on with you? Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. So glad you're with us on today. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Leave a like on the stream if you are here. Keep on sharing the show. Keep on subscribing if you haven't already. And keep on telling people about us so we can keep on growing as an empire. No question about it. Crawford, let me see what you got to say though. Crawford will start the match at Super Saiyan God. Due to the size disadvantage, the experience of Canelo, and the fact that Canelo is the best fighter Bud has ever faced by far. How many more gears does Crawford have left? And that's where we're going to find out. You have to understand, we are witnessing a point in time where it's going to be, that's going to be the answer to this fight. Everything else that we talked about in this fight is valid. Everything else that we've said about Terrence Crawford in this fight with Canelo, which we still got more to say, but it's true. But that's been the biggest question that people have been waiting to see. Because of how insurmountable this fight is, how many more gears does Crawford have left? Because most likely, yeah, for the sake of it, just a chance of winning, he's going to have to come out in 6th gear already. Flip the switch from the second the bell rings. That will be the thing that most people will say, yes, he needs to do. And you're right. But that's what, and again, just like with anime, once you pushed yourself as far as you could, all of a sudden, there's something that goes in that makes you have to shift and do something and dig deeper. Hajime no Ippo, perfect example. Hajime no Ippo is a perfect example. Anime fans who watch boxing. It's a boxing anime on Netflix. When not in a way. Though again, he does fight at featherweight. So maybe down the line, the parallels can start showing up. But still, for Ippo, main character of the show, it is legitimate that you don't know if he's going to win or lose a fight. It's a great series. You should watch it. It's on Netflix. Hajime no Ippo. The brother goes through. He can legitimately lose at any time. There's no plot armor that can just help people out in this situation. Just like in real boxing, sometimes physical stuff just takes hold. Power trumps all up until it doesn't. And when it doesn't, and if somebody's better than you, guess what? You're going to struggle. Really struggle. And if you don't get the punch that you land, that you need, guess what? You're not winning the fight. It's a great show. But part of his thing is a key point in the show is when forced against an opponent that he's faced before, that has improved himself, all of a sudden he's got to dig deep. And in the midst of him scrambling to figure out what to do, he unlocks a new level. He unlocks a new talent that he didn't even know that he had. That because of the situation of the fight, on the fly, he had to essentially attempt a do or die thing that he had never done before. That's what pressure does to a great fighter. That's what pressure does to a great fighter. It forces you to have to dig into a place that you didn't think you could get to. It forces you to have to elevate into a stance that you've never seen before. We've even seen this with Crawford before when he fought against the likes of Sean Porter. When he was losing every round and all of a sudden he said, okay, it's time for me to kill all this. And he went to a new place. He went to a 6th gear that was so pristine. It was one of the greatest one-round swings I've ever seen in boxing history. And I watched a lot of boxing, studied a lot, as much as I can. Though I'm young, I ain't nearly as experienced as other people. But we've already seen that happen before. And with this fight with Canelo, we could see that happen again. We could see, just like with Goku going Super Saiyan and garnering a new threshold, garnering a new power, being forced to go and shift to a new mode. Vegeta, same thing. Teen Gohan, same thing. Again, for my Dragon Ball fans out there. Had to go through, and all of a sudden, Fighting Cell wasn't motivated, wasn't driven. Couldn't get himself where he needed to be. All of a sudden, Android 16 gets capped. And next thing you know, Switch flips. And he goes beyond what anybody thought he could do. Super Saiyan 2. There is something to be talked about of wait and see. Not because, we just wait on the fight to see. But it's because that X factor element of where can you go when you need to dig deep is something that, if I'm being completely honest, that's what makes this fight believable. That's what makes this fight possible. Because Crawford has the capacity to go further beyond anything he's done in his career. Crawford's got the capacity to eclipse his highest gear. He's got the capacity to create a new limit or to break through the barrier and create a new limit of where Crawford can reach. He's got that. But Canelo doesn't. But Canelo's so good at where he's at when he's riding at high gear. And with him being at 6th gear, that it's going to take something like that to beat him with these types of circumstances with what this fight is with Crawford versus Canelo. It's going to take it. But while Canelo doesn't have the capability to get to beyond 6th gear, he ain't got nothing left. Especially at this stage in his career. With what we've seen with Canelo over the past couple years. He doesn't have that. He can get to a 6th gear. He can't, there's no way he can get to a 7th from what I've seen. He doesn't have that to unlock in him. But Crawford does. Crawford can access a brand new dimension because of the circumstances of, I got to go to a place that even my best ain't best at. Where my best isn't enough, I got to find a new best. Canelo can't. Because Canelo was forced to do that, and he couldn't against Bebo. When Canelo was put in that type of situation, after we had already talked about his prime is his prime, after we already talked about he was attempting greatness against Bebo, knowing everything we know about Canelo, when it was any point in time to change where Crawford is, or where Canelo is, to turn that fight around, find something, laden something into this match to make this turn around in your favor. He couldn't do it. He was fighting as hard as he could. He couldn't do it. That's the thing. Crawford, there is ability that if he gets pushed there, he can get there. If he gets pushed there, he can get there. And he can eclipse what we know now as his best gear, his highest gear. Well, where he should be redlining. All of a sudden he could access a whole new, he could literally evolve a new transmission system right before our eyes. And if that happens, it's like, oh my gosh, that could be insane. That could be insane. Let me see. After no boxing last week, and I'm excited we got a DAZN card tonight. Yeah, we do have a DAZN card tonight. I almost forgot. I'm not gonna be. I need to. I'm not gonna call it. Be clear. I'm not gonna call it because I need to give my voice a rest for a little bit. I need to give my time to have a reprieve. But I'm not gonna call it. But either way, be prepared. We do have boxing tonight on the DAZN, so be ready to watch it. Crawford 6th gear against Porter was getting a KO. Can Crawford KO Canelo? I think not. The fact that Porter was ahead on the scorecards undermines Crawford's status as a boxing savant, then doesn't lose rounds. And it's I'm trying to, before I answer that, let me go on and read through. Y'all have a good one. Okay, all right, hey, if you gotta leave, catch you later. Appreciate you tuning into the show. So glad you came on with us, and leave a like before you leave. And hey, so glad you tuned into it. But again, answering as we are getting ready to get out of here in my own right, it's, again, him losing on the scorecards is happening before. Majimov was a struggle. Absolutely. Again, he had to methodically pick apart Madrimov, consistently go downstairs to the body. Had a tough time boxing with, but still boxed with Madrimov before ultimately in the last 2 rounds taking the fight as a whole, making Madrimov tire out and making it so that he was able to then, okay, he can mitigate somebody who's more of a standstill fighter. And you saw what happened. He was able to fully take control. So what's happening? It's not about when it happens. Here's the thing. It's never just about, oh, he struggled. Struggle doesn't mean that you are a bad fighter or you don't have that extra oomph in you. Canelo struggled with Lara. We know that. We've discussed this. Canelo struggled with Trout. Canelo struggled with Amir Khan. Any mover Canelo struggled against. Anybody that can move, Canelo does not do well with. And we talked about how Madrimov has made even Virgil Ortiz look more human because of how much he was making Virgil Ortiz work to have to go and close the distance, as well as to find an opening, because he was always herky-jerky moving around up until he got tired, just like he did against Crawford. The same game plan that Crawford did, Virgil Ortiz did. Though, yes, Madrimov was sick. We understand that. But still, nearly the same blueprint of box with him. Just keep it close up until he starts to slow down. And then now I can start opening up with more damaging blows. Because it's a lot easier to read and react to. Because he's not moving all over the place like a doggone butter on caffeine. He's not moving all over the place like Tyson Fury on cocaine. He's not. Thank goodness. He's not doing it once he slows down. So that's not a bad win, nor is it an indictment on what he can do. Like I've said continually, it is a fight where Canelo is not Madrimov. We have to keep making this abundantly clear. Canelo does not fight in any way stylistically like Madrimov. Because of that, and I've said this multiple times before, Canelo is a lot easier to figure out than Madrimov. But he is so much harder to beat than Madrimov because he's a better fighter. But you know what can work against him. And you know the style in which he fights is not as difficult to react to or to break down as Madrimov, because he's not doing nearly as much. But what he does do is incredibly impressive and effective. Because you're fighting against a different opponent, it's a lot easier to read and react to. You're not worried about the same stuff. And you take away all of that herky-jerky fidgetiness, all of a sudden, okay, we've seen what can give Crawford some trouble, what can give Canelo some trouble. If you can move and keep him off balance, if you can have volume while staying safe and outwork the likes of Canelo, like with Bebo. If you can handle the hooks to the body or even get out the way of it and capitalize on when he crosses his feet, you can do that. If you can force Canelo to have to be on the ropes and have to goad you into saying, come on, let's see what you got. Not because he's trying to be confident, but he's trying to goad you into a counter. You recognize that, okay, you know what to do. Keep on throwing out your jab, throw out safe shots, and keep him at bay, but don't go and commit fully because he's trying to get a counter. You know when that's coming, and you can see it, and you can plan for it. There's so many things. The high guard, you can plan for that. Catch and shoot, you can plan for that. And he's not fainting all the time. He's not moving. He's not doing that all the time. And his gas tank is weaker. At this stage in his career, it's not me saying that Madrimov is a better fighter. But because he's a different fighter than Canelo, it is objectively true that Canelo is a lot easier to figure out, but it's a lot harder to beat. It's so much easier to figure out, but it's the league's harder to beat. You know what's coming, but it's hard to stop it. It's like Shaq. It's like Shaq and Kyrie Irving. Shaq is not as, in terms of offensive skill sets, and Shaq is a great player. He's not, Kyrie Irving is one of the most skilled offensive players we've ever seen. Him, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, all that. T-Mac, we can go down the list. From a what they can do perspective and what you have to prepare for, all of those people have a lot more in their ability for how they play that they can do than Shaq, no question. But guess what? Shaq, most of his offense was predicated on power and athleticism. And you knew what was coming. The black tornado spin off the post, drop step into the post, the baby hook that was ugly but effective, and then pump fake once he gets down in the post, and then rise up and dunk on you, or float it over you, or dunk on you. That was his main bread and butter. But yet still, though he's more rudimentary, guess what, brother? You're not, if you had to pick between who's greater and who's better, Shaq or most of the names on the list, aside from, again, Michael Jordan, LeBron, most of us, you saying, yeah, Shaq was greater and was more unstoppable. Because Kyrie's got more to worry about, but he's not, you can't, but Shaq you can't stop what he wants to do. You can predict, you can guess what he's going to do, and you can't do anything about it. With Canelo, that's that type of situation. You can guess what Canelo's going to do, but you can't do a thing about it. You can't do a doggone thing about it. It's not a thing you can do about it in most situations because he's that great of a fighter. That's what we're saying with this whole situation. Because Canelo is not Majimov, this is an easier fight for Crawford to be able to figure out and make a game plan to beat. But it is a harder opponent than Majimov to beat. No question about it. Absolutely. But because it's easier to make a game plan for, there is a way that you can stifle or make something to beat the likes of Canelo. But you gotta be a special kind of brother. We think Crawford's a special kind of brother, so we think he can do this. We do. If he doesn't, he doesn't. It is what it is. But he can. And because he doesn't have to worry about all that stuff that Majimov also brought to the table. That's the thing. Crawford, I see not beating Janet Beck or even the 42-year-old Laura. He crazy thinking he beats Canelo. Again, it's perfectly fine. Like I said, I'm not saying that he can beat anybody from here to 180. I ain't doing that. Like, we understand it's preposterous. But because of the greatness of who we're dealing with, we also understand this brother is not just a fluke of a fighter. We get this man, he's real. He's real. As we're going through, but let me keep on reading and going through, so I make sure I don't miss anybody else in the chat. Canelo's super dangerous round 5 onward. He is. It's just the issue of, at this stage in his career, the gas tank of his does wane quicker. So yes, he can pick it up. He absolutely can do some great work. Still does great work. But it is once those late rounds come in, and if the pace of the fight is to a point that it delves into his stamina reserves earlier than he wants them to do, now we get in a situation where he ain't just cruising through with fights at the pace that he wants. Now he's getting pressed at a vantage point where he doesn't feel he's as in control as he wants to be. And with the gas tank potentially waning, as has been a concern for Canelo for the past couple years, it can take an effect. It can. But no, he can absolutely be dangerous after round 5. No question about that. Let me see. If Virgil beats Lubin easily, He could take over the division. Oh, no question about that. Also, how you doing? Roman Vasquez, thank you for tuning into the show. So glad you're with us on today. Let me see. Timmy T, what's good with you, brother? How you doing as well? Thank you so much for tuning into the show. So glad you're with us on today. We appreciate you coming in on the live. It's the championship rounds. We can talk about whatever we want to discuss on the show. Again, basketball, football, sports, movies, television, TVs, boxing, all of it. We're predominantly a boxing show, but we do cover the NBA. We do cover the NFL. We try to be a multifaceted type of thing, hit audiences for everybody. So, hey, whatever you want to talk about, we can be about right here on this show. Kyrie isn't anything close to peak Shaq. No, he's not. Absolutely not. I completely understand. Shaq should have been, as you say right here, Shaq should have been unanimous to be MVP. It shouldn't have been Curry. That was the first unanimous champion or first unanimous MVP. Because Curry, he deserved it. Sure, I ain't got no issue with that. But there have been people that have had as dominant, if not more dominant, at least as dominant seasons as him. That eclipsed his talent, that eclipsed the gap between them and everybody else in that regular season way more. Because of how the NBA was established at that point in time. LeBron should have been unanimous before Steph. Shaq should have been unanimous before Steph. I think there was one more brother that should have been unanimous. Off the tip of my tongue, I cannot remember. Oh, yeah, Wilt. Wilt should have been unanimous. When he had that 54-point averaging season, the same season he averaged 100 points a game. Averaged over 30 rebounds, and they didn't track blocks at that point in time. But I believe if we go off of the people who were there at that point in time, he would have led the league in that as well. He should have been MVP unanimously, not Bill Russell. There's no way Bill Russell should have won MVP that year. That's ludicrous, stupid. And I love Bill Russell. I respect Bill Russell. You never hear me diminish his legacy, but he shouldn't have won that. No way he shouldn't have won that. Wilt should have actually been a multiple-time MVP of that era, even though Bill Russell was winning the championships because he did have the better team, but he was the X factor as to why they were winning. No question. The greatness is still the greatness, but Wilt deserved accolades aplenty for his dominance in those early years in the 60s. But again, I digress. That's a whole nother conversation. But I agree with you. You're absolutely right. But let me see. Kyrie can't carry Shaq. I mean, again, I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. I'm not comparing the greatness. I'm using the question. I'm using the argument with them being with them being one's more skilled, but one's objectively better. Though one doesn't have as much of a skill set. That's the same thing with Crawford and Madrimov. Madrimov does a whole lot more hard-to-guard stuff. But Canelo is a better fighter that is a greater fighter. And though he may not have as many hoops to jump through, the brother is the league's more dominant. Because you know what's going to happen, but you can't stop it. That's what we're dealing with right now. Just to make that comparison. Let me see. Shaq changed the game in 2002. Shaq was the best player on that three-peat, not Kobe. Yeah, no, that's the truth. Now, Kobe elevated his game towards the end of that three-peat when they both averaging they both averaged 30-plus points a game at some point in time during that three-peat. So Kobe got to the level. But no, Shaq was the better player. He was at that point in time. No question. I ain't gonna, you ain't going to hear no argument out of me from that. Absolutely. We don't disrespect Kobe, and I ain't disrespecting Shaq. Kobe was a great asset to those championships, and when he got into his own, it was the later years. They could have won 5 or 6 if they stayed together. With Kobe fully evolving into his own. Things happen. But no, yeah, absolutely. He was the best player on that three-peat, but it doesn't disrespect what Kobe did. It doesn't. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, Crawford would need a couple century beans between rounds against Canelo. Hey, look, I'm not saying that you won't be lying about that. It's gonna be a painful thing going up against this brother. Best thing he can hope for is not get punched to smithereens. Hey, like I said, taking the power of somebody at 160, it's gonna be insane. If he can take it, great. Like I've said, this is like Hearns. Hagler was getting that same talk against him. He was. He absolutely was. Hagler was getting that same talk against him when he fought against him. Whatchamacallit? Not Hearns. Hagler versus Leonard. I'm sorry. Leonard. Hagler versus Leonard. Leonard was getting that same talk with him against Hagler. saying that you can't take the power of the buddy who knocked out Mugabe, dude who had put out Roberto Duran, or had boxed and beaten Roberto Duran, the buddy who had knocked out Tommy Hearns. You can't beat that, brother. One of the greatest middleweights we've seen in boxing history. At that point in time, the greatest, it's still to this day, many people argue the greatest southpaw, the greatest switch hitter we've ever seen in boxing history. With Crawford now becoming a close second. But one of the most dominant middleweights we've ever seen. No, you can't say that you can take his power, his punishment, his warlike mentality, and he did. And he won the fight, though I think he should have lost. It was still, the performance in that fight was so admirable. A fight for the ages. Literally one of the greatest fights in boxing history. We could see that same thing now because we've seen history do this before. When it comes to a great against a great. We're not saying this against somebody who is just an average brother. This is a potential good situation because it's a great fighter going up against a great fighter. That's why we're having this as a possibility. That's why this is a viable situation. That's why. Let me see. Has the NFL started yet in the U.S.? We are in preseason today. I think it's the last week of preseason is next week. And then the NFL season fully starts for American football. And we go back into the foray of helmets clashing against each other. The gridiron becomes alive again. And the world of football and America as a whole all has their Sunday set out for the highs and lows of their favorite team crashing and burning or succeeding in the highest of highs. As a Panthers fan, brother, we're going to be struggling, hypothetically. As a Cowboys fan, for some people, it's going to be a mighty bad time with Michael Parsons and all of them not having a deal. People are starting to hate Jerry Jones right now. I can't lie. But yeah, it's coming up. And I think by the end of August, I believe, is when the season starts. So it's getting ready to happen. So we're excited for it. Over here in the States, we're getting ready. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can't wait to see. Well, Shador might not even get some time up until we see Dylan Gabriel potentially struggle, hypothetically struggle, in his stint with the Browns. If we do, in fact, see the Browns make a bad decision in not starting Shador Sanders, or at least not making him second string, instead of making him third string. And per quotes, there's been a lot of politicking around behind the scenes that maybe the NFL forced the league to not draft Shador early, to make an example out of him, which again is ludicrous and stupid. Because I don't understand what he did to need you to make an example out of him. This is coming from Hall of Famer Eric Dickerson, one of the greatest running backs we've seen in NFL history. Ran like a gazelle, former track star as well. And but who's been inside the rooms where these conversations would take place. So he's got some credibility to him. And he's got some legitimate connections. So there's a lot of stories going on in the world of the NFL. I'll tell you what, in my opinion, Kobe fans, especially tear down Shaq to make Kobe look better. And again, it's wrong. It happens. It is bad that it happens. There's a good sect of Kobe fans that are indeed, just like with Tank fans, if you're not, though Kobe actually deserved this level of legitimate end-all, be-all, ride or die type mentality. Because he did put in the work. One of the greatest players we've ever seen in NBA history. But no, there are fans out there that legitimately go through and they try to tear down not just Shaq, but anybody. Anybody. And to make Kobe seem like, yeah, you can't tie your shoes. And you were never great in the first place. No, it's wrong, but it's the truth. It happens. But Kobe deserves the acclaim and the hype of what he is. But don't be tearing down Shaq acting like he wasn't nothing. But he was one of the 5 best big men we've ever seen in NBA history. Was the best player during that 2000 stint. Unequivocally. And it's not bad. Kobe became an even better version once, ironically enough, once Shaq left, we saw Kobe become even better well-rounded. My favorite version of Kobe is 24 Kobe. Instead of Froby, number 8. Because 24 got the maturity as well as refined every aspect of his game. And became the most unstoppable I had ever seen him. Once he made that number switch. But nah. You don't got to tear down Shaq to make Kobe look better. You ain't got to tear down nobody. The only reason why they don't tear down Michael Jordan is because Kobe modeled his game after MJ, which he said it himself. But that's the only reason why they don't tear down Michael Jordan. Because Kobe was saying that Jordan was his GOAT. And oh my God, yeah, look at what he did. But if it wasn't for that, Kobe fans would even try to eat Jordan alive, just like they tried to eat LeBron alive, or anybody else. Tim Duncan tried to make it so that it seemed like Tim Duncan didn't do just as much as Kobe, though he did, and was a great player. Was also amongst that 2000s era, had a claim to be the best player in the world at one point in time, and was indeed the bedrock of why that Spurs organization was able to be a dynasty, the greatest power forward in history, and could do whatever he wanted to anybody. But it was similar to Archibald. It was simplistic destruction. Jab, step, backboard, fundamentals abounding. Yet you couldn't stop it no matter what you did. And at his prime, he had the athleticism of an Anthony Davis. He did. But the way he played was very much fundamental and grounded. But you couldn't stop it. Nearly had a quadruple double. Going to town on anybody in the finals. 5-1 record. With any amalgamations of rosters that, with all of them equating to still having the core of Ginobili and Parker. Them three, with anybody else around them, 60 wins guaranteed. Never had a losing season. 15-time all-defensive team. Ironically enough, never won Defensive Player of the Year. Multiple times. I think 10+ times all-defensive first team. Was making all-defensive teams to the day he retired just about. This man is the pinnacle of, forget excellence, consistency. This man is just one of the greatest players we've ever seen. One of the greatest 10 players we've ever seen in history is Tim Duncan. People don't want to say it. It's the truth. People don't like it because he was boring. Shaq could not stop him. Dwight could not stop him. LeBron couldn't stop him. Kobe couldn't stop him. Pau Gasol couldn't stop him. Every Hall of Famer that you have go in the Hall of Fame right now that played against Tim Duncan could not stop Tim Duncan. He gave old Boogie Cousins 28. He gave DeMarcus Cousins, who was when he was in his prime, when he was old to get ready to get out of the league, 28. Giving Dwight 30, 35. With the same stuff he did for 20+ years. Over 20 years, and nobody could stop it. That's dominance. That's greatness. That's legacy. And you never had to worry about it. People don't like it, but they try to tear stuff like that down, and it shouldn't be. Shouldn't happen at all. Let me see Trey Bacon. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. Appreciate you joining on us today. Yep, Tim Duncan was him. You doggone right, Tim Duncan was him. Absolutely. Welch Ali versus Wilt Chamberlain boxing match was legit a thing in the 60s and early 70s. Yeah, I didn't know you knew about that. Yeah, they were going to fight. Wilt, 7'1". 7'1". Nearly 90-inch reach. Wilt Chamberlain was going to fight Muhammad Ali legitimately in an actual fight. It was Wilt that backed out of the fight. But it was going to be in a venue. I think they had a date scheduled. It was going to be a legitimate sanctioned thing. It was going to happen, which was insane. And this was when Wilt was, again, at least relatively in his physical prime. If it was in the 60s, I assume it was in the 70s more so than anything. So later on, when he was more so getting ready to transition into his Volleyball Hall of Fame career, which legitimately he's in the Volleyball Hall of Fame, but that's a whole nother conversation. Regardless of which, it was going to happen. But brother, we talk about a spectacle. That would have been insane. That would have been ridiculous. Let me see. As I'm still reading through, and again, we love to laud the ability of Shaquille O'Neal, and I love that we talk about the NBA. Like I said, I've been a big basketball fan. This channel has just transitioned into boxing because that's what the audience kept coming back for. When I was doing NBA stuff, brother, nobody was watching. I do boxing, all of a sudden we get people in the live. So I'm like, hey, we keep the ball rolling. But I'm a multifaceted brother. We can talk about it all. We can go through history, we can debate, we can do all that stuff, absolutely. No question. I'm here to please. But let me keep on reading. I hope this will be the new era. Canelo's era is coming to an end. Different names should be the future of boxing. They should be, no question about it. Also, Carl's Mike, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. Appreciate you tuning in on the live. Again, we are still talking about boxing. We're getting ready to wrap it up. Though this is the championship rounds, so we are discussing whatever you all want to talk about. You all still are driving the conversation, but we're going to get ready to get out of here. We're almost 4 hours into the show. We're going to do the last couple chats, and then we're going to wrap it up and send it home and get out of here so I can get some food in me because I am hungry. I tell you what, and y'all still got your weekend to enjoy. No question about it. But again, if you still want to support the channel and you like what we got going on, please, while we don't have super chats yet, you can still give us support to the show with Cash App and PayPal. Links down below in the description. If you so choose, anything will do. This is my job for the time being, so it's all I got. So if we can make it happen, hey, I would love it. I would appreciate it. And anything to help make this show bigger and better, help support back into this show, and hey, help keep the lights on, I would appreciate it oh so much. I ain't gonna beg, I ain't gonna plead, but we gonna earn our keep. We gonna earn you wanting to support this channel. We gonna earn you wanting to support what we got going on. But if you can, it would help out the world. It would help me out so much. And it would mean the world to me if you would, oh so please, donate and support to the channel, and I would appreciate it oh so much. And tell me if you do, so I can shout you out absolutely. But as we're going through, let me get the last couple chats for this show done, and then we can go through and wrap this show up. But this era is ending. A lot of this era in boxing get ready to come to an end, and we're seeing a lot of good stuff for the next era. I am excited for it, and I can't wait to see it. No question about it. Crawford's resume not even up to an Andre Ward who only fought 33, in my opinion. Now, that's a conversation for another day. I wholeheartedly disagree. Because some of those same names that the likes of Canelo beat, Crawford did also beat, as well as beating the likes of everybody in his own division. And below. Like, he beat great people. He did. His whole resume is good to great. There's no bad win on his resume that's like, ooh, oh, that wasn't a test, that wasn't a challenge, that wasn't a qualitative win that values and adds something to his resume. Again, with all due respect, I completely disagree with this. I completely disagree with this statement. But let me keep on going through. Let me see. About 5 minutes. Tank a duck. Broner fighting Canelo. About to be. Bro, excuse me. I'm sorry, Teddy. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm so glad you're here. I didn't know you had 5 minutes. You might have actually already left. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. But wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you mean Broner's fighting again? Wait, oh. Wait, huh? What? There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There is no way. My gosh, you right. My goodness. He's actually back. I'm sorry. I apologize. But no, I can't. Adrian Broner is actually in the gym trying to make a comeback in boxing. His last fight, he got knocked out. Well, he got knocked down and beat by Blair Cobb. Lost the tooth in the process. He even had he even was on live, and I think it was his girl or family member at like a friendly reunion. Was like, yeah, no. He was trying to spar for the camera, and he was like, yeah, no, you done with that. No, that's over with. That's over with. And he was sitting there chuckling and laughing. I thought he was done. I can't believe he's back. Hey, more power to you. If you come back, I hope it's worth it. I hope it's worth it, because right now, brother, oh boy, I don't want to see that. I'm not gonna lie. You don't need to come back. You do not need to come back unless you got money. Well, actually, no. No, he does need to come back. It is because of money this time. It is. Because he even said himself, I think he said over social media himself, that he's had to essentially go back to selling stuff on the street because of where he's at financially. So yeah, no, he does need to fight again, which this is why we need to see boxers have a pension plan to sustain them after life after boxing, because anything can happen. Even if you manage your money right, anything can happen, and the sport doesn't have anything in place to take care of you. And it's crazy that Adrian Broner's got to fight again. His words, he said he got to fight again because like it's been a struggle. We hate it. I hate it. I really do. But man, this is the bad part of boxing, man. Like I said, it will eat you up and spit you out. And even if you do everything right, if you do everything right and then you fall on hard times afterwards, the sport ain't there with all that you sacrificed to give back to you. It wasn't there for Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier died with nothing to his name, just about. Even his famous gym is potentially is right now boarded up, and potentially is going to be demolitioned because boxing didn't take care of him. Boxing did not take care of Joe Frazier after he retired. And I believe he died in the upper room of his gym where he was living out of. And it's a shame. It's a real shame. George Foreman made it out great. Ali made it out great. Everybody didn't. Though the legends stand the test of time. And it's not because they did it wrong. It's because life circumstances messed them up. I think Joe Frazier got robbed by a partner that he trusted. George Foreman got robbed by a partner that he trusted. That's why he had to go back into boxing. Because of the fact that the business partner that was supposed to help him with the church and with the boxing community went through and robbed him of money that was supposed to be for the gym. And he was broke, and he had to go back into boxing and become a champion again. Thankfully, because of that lovable mentality, he got the opportunity to do the George Foreman grill on top of boxing, and then bang, went and made a multi-million-dollar industry for himself. But everybody ain't able to make it out like that. It's a shame, and it's the saddest thing, which is why these boxers need to be taken care of. We got to see some level of protection for them once they go, because this sport ain't doing nothing for them after they're gone in terms of setting them up. And I hate it. I despise it. And that's why I'm not blaming AB for coming back. Because if he's not, guess what he's doing? Self-admitted, he's selling in the street. Selling drugs in the street. He said this, not me, he said this. I completely forgot about it until you had brought up that AB's back training. Now it makes sense as to why, because he needed to. Because the sport don't take care of its people, even when the people do the right thing in taking care of themselves. I hate it. I hate it, man. I really do. I really do. And let me see, Ryan Grace, what up, brother? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. Leave a like on the stream since again, we're 4 hours in. We getting ready to wrap it up. I'm not gonna lie. You can watch the rest of this show in recap, but we are getting ready to end the show off. I'm reading the last couple of comments. So if there's anything you want to say before we get out of here, hey, speak now or forever hold your peace. And let me see. Also, is it Cosmic? A-E-I-O-U, sometimes Y. Okay, so it's not a vowel. Cosmic. Oh, I get it. Okay, Cosmic One, I got you now. How you doing? And thank you for liking and subscribing. I said your name wrong the first time, but thank you for liking it. Hey, he subscribed. We got another brother. Wait a minute. Hold on. We got another brother. Joining the Empire. Yes, sir. We got another cat joining the Empire with us on today. We got another soldier in the army of this empire, and we appreciate it oh so much. We're so glad you're here. We appreciate you, and trust me, you're going to want to keep on sticking around because we do this every single week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, as well as covering the bigger fights of the year. And I appreciate you all so much, and thank you so much for joining in on this community. Means the world to me. Every person's so valued. Every person means something. Hopefully, I'm making it entertaining for you, and it's worth your while. And hey, I'm glad you're here, man. I appreciate it. And I can't wait to see more of you around on this community. No question about it. But let me keep on reading what you all got to say as we get ready to wrap it up. Floyd, did AB dirty? Yes, he did. And that's why a part of me don't blame Tank. And this and again, I completely get what you're saying. I am not blaming and this is why I tried to make it deliberate in the specifics of my issue with Tank Davis taking this fight. And lo and behold, we're ending this show off talking about Tank. We are not telling Tank or any fighter, don't get paid. We are not doing that. We want you to get your money. Absolutely. We wanted to get it done in the way that also emboldens the legacy, especially if there is a legacy that can be made for you. That's what my thing is. But I'm never going to say don't take the money. What I am upset at is just like with what Denzel Washington said on First Take. All money ain't good money. Because what are you sacrificing to get said money? Do you take into account the long-term effects of it? And like I said before, you have to understand, Tank can just as easily lose all this money now. Because we've seen it with other boxers before. George Foreman, like I brought up, was a made man. One bad decision outside of the sport, done. Done away with. Absolutely done. He was a pastor. And he wasn't robbing his congregation. He wasn't doing the whole prosperity preaching type stuff. No, he was about it. He was legit preaching. He was legit doing what the word said. He was actively trying to make it happen. He wasn't one of those corrupt people in the world of gospel. In the world of Christianity. He wasn't one of the corrupt people. He was actually doing it the right way. And he got ripped off by somebody he trusted trying to make a difference. And done. And he had to go back. And one bad decision. We got rumors right now that Floyd Mayweather went bankrupt for his career in boxing. Though again, he's still the businessman. Rumors were swirling around that at one point Floyd had gone bankrupt. And all that money that he had gone. Or severely below it because of bad investments. And some stupid moves that he made outside of boxing. Just because you got the money don't mean that you can keep the money. Earning the money is the thing. But the sport still, just like if you work a lifelong time in a job, you deserve a pension plan, a 401k, and a retirement plan to take care of you once you're done because you did your time. Regardless of what else happens in life, you don't have to worry about this aspect at minimum anymore because now you paid your dues. That's the baseline for boxing. That should happen, but it doesn't. Like with all work, that should be the case, but it's not. And it should be. When we're lamenting this decision by Tank, we are not saying don't get your money. But we are saying that this should not be the way that you should get money. Though we understand, yes, who wouldn't take that money? We also, while saying that, like I said yesterday, or even today, cannot have that as a cop-out to absolve the terrible things that you do for said money. You're still wrong for taking this fight. And you are getting money. Absolutely. We're not mad at the payday. We're mad at how he's getting paid. We're not mad at the check. We're mad at how you got the check. Because people who did more than you, Bam Rodriguez, Noya Inoue, Terrence Crawford, David Benavidez, Usyk, Fury, Lara, right now, Artem Beterbiev, Dmitry Bivol, all of these people and more, Espinoza, Nick Ball, all these people have done their time. And most of them are not nearly as big of a star as you. And you've done nothing, yet you've gotten all of this. That's not right. Though we don't want you to live bad. You don't deserve what you've gotten based on the work that you did. And it's because of the facade of the people that have paid for this mediocrity. But mediocrity is being rewarded. We want Tank to have a good life and get paid, as with any boxer. We are not mad that he's getting paid for this fight with Jake Paul. But the fact that he's fighting Jake Paul for this amount of money, and the fact that he's fighting Jake Paul at all, when there is work to do at 135, when you could have still gotten those same types of bags, but with a more conducive reputation of excellence. And okay, you put in the work. Now we can talk about you like you want to talk about you, and you're getting paid as just. You don't deserve. You cannot blame you. If you say at least he's getting money, you are absolutely right and correct. And we're not going to say that we blame him. Because the decision, yes, most people would make that decision. But just like I've said already, we can lament and criticize the decision because how you got this money is not a good way. And it is hurting the rest of the sport as a whole. And it's making it even harder for everybody else to get paid, especially when they're doing the stuff that we all say you need to do. So no, while Tank getting paid is part of the athletes getting what they deserve, and I love that, we are not going to respect how you're getting paid. And we're not going to respect that just because you got a bag don't mean that we have to support you and or can't speak critically of you. We can speak more critically of you because you sacrificed the bag, or you sacrificed your reputation. You sacrificed what your legacy is for the bag. So we can be as mad as we want to. We can say whatever we want to say about you. Because you told us that you only cared about the money. And you're getting paid, and we respect that. But how you get that money now is fully within our right to say you don't deserve a inkling of what respect you say you want. And you don't deserve nearly as much respect as the other people that are getting paid less than you, but they're doing the work that deserves the money that you are getting for this bum fight right now. That's my problem. That's my issue. That's my dilemma. That's what I hate. That's what I hate. I can hate that and still be glad that Tank's going to be set up. I can still hate the fact that he got this money by a means that he should never get. He got this money by a fight that should have never happened. By an opponent that we knew was a spectacle. And by his own words, he said he wouldn't do. He compromised literally. He compromised every single aspect of who he is to get this fight. He compromised every single word that he said. He would never fight above 135. 140 is too heavy for anybody. Why would I fight Devin Haney? He's too big. Why would I fight Teofimo Lopez? He's too big. Why would I fight Ryan Garcia at 140? He's too big. Why would I fight anybody up in weight? Because he's too big. Why would I? That's stupid. Did he not say that? That's stupid. That's stupid. I'm not stupid. Quoting Tank in an interview that he had. couple years ago when questioned about moving up and fighting people. I'm not stupid. That's stupid. Why would I do that? That's stupid. Moving up that far? That's stupid. Moving up 5 pounds? That's stupid. He said it. No, I ain't fighting him. And they're big fights. They're fights that were bigger when they were in there, when they were fights that were bigger back then than they were right now. And he still said, no, that's stupid. That's stupid. You know, ignorant stuff of doing this mess that's so stupid. It is the worst experience of running and ducking I have ever seen in my life. This takes the cake. This man ran from a whole division to fight Jake Paul, and he might retire right afterwards. I don't want to hear that. He's going to get the bag and then he's going to come back. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's going to get the bag and come back. No, he's not. He ain't. And you know what's crazy? This very thing, because the sport doesn't care about them once the lights go off, all of this is right. Tank is going to get paid the amount of money that is deserved by other Hall of Fame boxers like Joe Frazier, or even in today's climate, like with the Inoue and others, like a Mike Tyson, Holyfield, Larry Holmes, Lennox Lewis, Klitschko, Riddick Bowe, Holyfield, all of them. He's about to get paid in the manner that if those people did what they did today, they would be some of the biggest stars in the world. To this day. And yet still, they died with nothing. Some of them died with nothing. A couple of them still struggling right now with what they got. And Tank has not done a fraction of anything that they did. But he is getting this. That's where my problem is. You got your money by illegitimate means, and it is unfair and not right that with you willingly skirting around legacy, you still get to get taken care of more than people that have done 4 times the work than you. Everybody deserves a baseline outright for getting taken care of. But we know, as with work, if you the more you do, the more you get access to more things in terms of how much you're able to be taken care of. There should be a baseline outright. And Tank hasn't even done anything to deserve that baseline. You understand that? Tank has barely crossed the threshold to deserve the baseline of what should be provided to take care of fighters. Yet still, he is getting paid an amalgamation of money that if it was given to other fighters, that would have been their pension plan. He could have given that same type of money could be given to every single Hall of Famer that was between the 70s up until now. From the golden era to today. Could have taken care of the heavyweight division and a couple other divisions as well for greats that came in and left. That same money could be established for a program to start this whole thing of insurance for life. Payout for life. Healthcare for life. All of it. For fighters. It could. But he's getting it. And he hasn't put in the work at all. But those that have are potentially there to suffer alone once it's all said and done. The sport don't take care of itself, but it's show enough. But I'm telling you, it's corrupt enough that people that don't deserve to be taken care of, from the sense of, I do all this and I'm potentially out on my feet, but you do nothing, but you get all this money because you were the hot moment spectacle. But my legacy of consistency was never rewarded in the same way. This right here can be true. that the sport doesn't take care of people, and you need to worry about what you can get out of it. And at the same time, everything I'm saying is also right. Because it's not right that it's structured this way. It's not right that this is how people are getting money. And those that thrive legitimately with greatness can potentially end up on the street with nothing. And Tank, even with how it is right now, can still end up on the street with nothing. Oh, it's possible. We've seen $100 million jackpot winners lose all their winnings in less than a year. We've seen it. We've seen people that won the jackpot, again, go broke in less than a year. We've seen it in the boxing world. The second they leave, all of a sudden, they're done and they're gone. And they made money. Tank, the exact same thing can happen. It can happen just like that. Just like that. And it's, I'm telling you, I can't stand it. That's why I say the fighter should get the most money. Like why I gotta pay for a belt. Yeah, no, I completely get you. I completely hear you. Even with the mentality of it's a business, the business should work based on if you do the work correctly, you get and deserve this high of a claim. We have no problem with Canelo being the face and making more than anybody else. We don't. Fury, Usyk, don't got a problem with it because they done what they needed to do. Even the likes of Kambosos, making money every time he fights in Australia. Guess what? He's at least fighting everybody possible and doing the work. It's just this one outlier in Tank that is being ill-rewarded for stuff that he has not earned because he's the spectacle that has been built up and made possible by the people. The very system that we say is unfair, we made happen. That's the problem. And so these problems of get your money while you can are all propagated with yes, but it shouldn't be this way. It's how you get money. Where mediocrity is rewarded with millions, but consistent greatness is rewarded with you're not even a draw. That shouldn't be the case. We created this problem. As consumers, we made this economy for the boxing. We made this happen. We got to rectify it. Starts by not supporting or supporting the people that actually are doing the great work. Because if we don't, another Tank can come along. Another Jake can come along. Another spectacle can come along. And a spectacle without substance is just that. If we want worth to be rewarded, we have to change the way that we go about the sport. Change the way that we watch. Change the way that we support. Change the way that we go and talk about fighters. To hold their feet to the fire. Because if not, it's going to be an issue. It's going to be a problem, man. It's going to be a real problem. Tank stops Jake Paul with uppercuts to the stomach. I hope so. I hope so. And like I said, we're going to break it down later on in the year. Because we get ready to wrap the show up and send it home. But part of me is wanting to say that Jake Paul, you know what? Beat him. Go ahead. Part of me wants to see Jake Paul beat Tank. And it's because these are two people who I can't stand in the sport. But to make it so that we don't get this stuff happening again, let Jake Paul knock him out. Let him knock him out. Because then his reputation will be ruined. He will have nothing to stand. His fans will have nothing to stand on. He will have nothing to stand on. You can't talk about Shakur anymore. You can't talk about nothing anymore except for you lost to Jake Paul. Every argument that would be with Tank would be he lost to Jake Paul. He doesn't matter. If that did happen. And then Jake Paul would have to be forced to fight Anthony Joshua or somebody actually great. He gets knocked out. 2 birds, 1 stone. Both of them lose eventually, and everybody's happy, and we can move on. That's what I want to happen. That's all. That's what I want to happen. Absolutely. Let me see. Deborah, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. What's up, my friend? Appreciate you tuning in back on the show. We are getting ready to go. This is going to be the last chat, and then we done. PBC's falling apart. That's why he took this fight. He could have signed with Turkey Al-Sheikh. Hey, don't forget. He could have signed a deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh, a multi-fight deal. He definitely could have. Because a bunch of other promotions started to fall apart under the weight of what Turkey Al-Sheikh and Riyadh Season's doing. They are. They're either falling in line or they're falling apart because they served up mediocrity for so long. They made this window for it to happen. And now we see what's going on. They're done. Or they're winding down. And if Tank loses, brother, they have no PBC. Who's there? Like it's done. It's done. And he could have, but he talked so much trash, and he brought it on himself. He brought it on himself. And you can see what I said at the top of the show on the replay, because I talked about this even earlier. I talked about this earlier on today's episode. So you can go back and listen to that on this show. But we got to get out of here. It is 4 hours and 30 minutes. And as much as I want to keep on going, I need some food and I need to get something. I need to get some sustenance because I am. I'm off. Oh Lord, I'm winded. I'm tired. Let me see. Next show is next Tuesday, like we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We come back here on this show, no question about it. And so we're gonna be here next week. Absolutely, we ain't covering no fights this week. I need a breather. But we're coming back next week, same time, same place. Tuesday, it's going to be great. It's going to be exciting. I can't wait for it. But with all that being said, well, this has been another episode of The Watchable with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Yes, sir. Thank you for tuning in and listening to the show. We appreciate all of you coming out for this time. Leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. If you want to support the channel, we got Cash App and PayPal. Link down below. If you can give, please. It would mean the world to me, and it would help support the channel oh so much. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell so you know when we post right here on YouTube. Also, listen to us on every podcasting platform imaginable. Apple, Spotify, you name it, we're there. And if we're not, tell us, we'll get there. Absolutely. And please share the show with everybody that you know so we can keep on building up this empire together. And our pound for pound challenge for today, number 3 was Troll. Number 2 was where's that? Hold on, it's loading up. Number 3 for pound for pound chats of the show today. Number 3 was good gosh, is it not loading? Is it not loading? Lord, is it not loading? Shoot, hold on. Wait, we gotta do it right now. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Let me refresh. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. Number 3, pound for pound. Commented for today. Number 3 was Troll. Number 2 was Mike Huncho. And number 1 was indeed Shark, who came in today and kept on going throughout the entirety of this chat. And rounding out the top 5 was Deborah and Trey. Oh, no, excuse me. I'm sorry. Not Deborah. It was Trey Bacon and Nerd coming through, rounding out the top 5. So we appreciate you all tuning in. We appreciate you all for the top 5 pound for pound rankings. If you want to get on the pound for pound rankings for the top chatters in the chat, be sure to ask some questions. Be sure to keep on chatting, engaging with the chat. Get you to this pound for pound list. No question about it. And we can't see it. And again, pound for pound number 1 for today was indeed Shark, who came in for today on this show. We appreciate it oh so much. But with all that being said, I've been Jean-Luc Welch. Y'all have been wonderful. Here we go. Peace and love. We are out of here. Yes, sir. We are going to see you all on Tuesday. Be safe. Be blessed. And we out.